Okay, this little program down here tells me I'm live for about 7 seconds now. Yep, and the echo comes back from Twitch. So, this is stream number 27. I had like an epic amount of work done on this project yesterday. Made quite a bit of progress. And looking at all the places that are still need to be done. And I'm thinking that today we're going to work on local variables and then what comes with that, like assignment, accumulate, increment, decrement, all that stuff. Hey there, Adam. You are first today. You beat someone else who I can't remember now, which is bad. Someone else was first 2 streams in a row, and now you've dethroned them. Congratulations. Define evil. Hello, you're second. I was going to work on the today command here. Yeah, we need to fix that, right? Well, it's sort of still correct, right? Continue to port data analysis to the guided where still, well, let's say specifically is working on supporting local variables and I guess that's it, right? Working, we'll be unambitious today in his parser tool. Don't I have to say like edit com in front of that? And today should do that, right? Please do not fret about being second and not first. Only one person can be first. So local variables, what that entails is in the, if I had these windows ready to go, I wouldn't have to pause in the middle of a sentence. Data.rs, right? Okay, I broke this down into component and value. Okay, component. So a component, data component is what we get out of the analysis tool. It tells us if we were able to parse it or not. If so, what was its format? Where it was in the original bit stream, what value was assigned to it, sort of like what was deduced by parsing it. And this is the interesting part. It can have keyed children. So it's a composite pattern. Every component can have children, and those components can have their children. And all the way down to the leaf nodes where we have just elementals. And local variables are temporary. They're going to be added to the keyed children of the current composite so that they can be used in references, and you can like assign to them, you can increment to and decrement them and all that. But then they will be removed from the keyed children at the end. So they're kind of like visitors because we don't want them to show up in the final composition because they don't actually have any anything tied, any bits tied to them. But they're useful for computation, also for determining like what to do. So for example, I had to use them in my GIF format here because we don't know if the next block is a data block or a trailer until we look ahead and see if the next bits is 3B. So we made this local variable called next, and then I used an ignore pattern to grab 8 bits and assign it into next so that we could do a comparison. But I don't want this next either to show up in GIF at all, or if it did, I definitely wanted to show up all over the place inside this array, this vector context, right? So this local next is going to add next as a keyed child, but also it's going to add it to a side list in our context of locals. And then being in the dictionary of keyed children, it can be assigned to. You can compare it, so all that good stuff. But at the end of the context, we'll go through all of the locals in the context and remove them from the keyed children. Actually, you know what might be better is if the context is carried through the evaluate, what if we just put locals in the context only? And then the dereference logic would have to check both key children and locals. But that's not too bad, right? Unless I do something like I declare a local within the vector context and then I use it later and then we dump it, but maybe I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Okay. So if I'm not adding it to the key children, but we're adding it to something in the context, then let's start by having a test. Let's close everything. So we're in ingestion, source, tests. Let's make a file under tests called local. Rather than typing this from scratch, we'll just steal from another test and change it. Okay, I need to in test.rs declare the module test, the test module local. I'm also looking at I need to have the kitty come over here so I can make sure that the camera's working. We're saturating the camera last night. I think because I didn't have the natural background light. So this light over here, the key light, was just overwhelming the sensor. There's too much contrast between that light up there. Actually, you can see it in my hand. It's like a contrast issue with that light specifically, right? See, we're walking a fine balance between like oversaturating the camera and like having the green screen not work. I used to think that green screens and camera setup was simple, but it's not. Oh, you think the cat's radioactive? It's a possibility. Did you know, Adam, that Europe, Germany in particular, these days is plagued by radioactive hogs that roam the forests? I read that on the news yesterday. I'm like, told Mrs. Rymo, did you know that radioactive hogs roam the forests of Germany? And she's like, is that a joke? And I'm like, no, it's serious. It's a fallout from nuclear weapons testing back in the, decades ago. Settled into the earth and into the truffles, and the hogs eat the truffles, and now they have like radioactive cesium levels that are like way too high. Yeah, if you ever go to the forests of Germany and you hunt a boar and kill it, you might want to test it for cesium levels before consuming. Just saying. Yeah, it's crazy, but I'm pretty sure my cat's not radioactive. It's just that maybe my camera just needs to be like better tuned or something. I'm not a professional streamer, right? I can have things that aren't quite good. So test a low. What did I just do? I must have hit a mouse button while I was moving it. Okay, so a local variable would be like something like local x, and we're going to have like return x to make sure that it actually got the value we wanted. And actually, now that I think about it, to actually get x to have a value, we either have to implement assignment or the part copy syntax. The part copy syntax is probably the easier, right? So that would be something like this, where we declare something like bar, and we say copy to x, and it's 8 bits long. And we want to make sure that, like if this value is, let's not use hexadecimal, let's use like decimal, 42. We want to actually get that foo out of it. It should have, oh, I've already typed this elsewhere, so let me copy it from elsewhere. Maybe it's not the right one to copy from. Okay, here we go. Foo will have a foo will have a value of 42. Will not have an error. And I don't think we care about bar. This is just reading 8 bits. It's a it's a component called bar. It's unsigned integer, and we're making a copy to X, and then we're returning X. What's going on with the X button? See that? It's like half off the edge there. Why is that like, is it just the size of the window? What's the deal with that? I don't want to make the window larger. Shouldn't it like automatically size that? Now it's good. What the heck? What the heck? Visual Studio Code. All right. Yes, not yet implemented. That was my goal. To hit the line that's not yet implemented and force myself to implement it. Yeah, local statement not implemented. All right, let's do it. I think that's the ID, and we're just going to copy this because it's conveniently there. So here's a problem with getting faster with the keyboard. I don't know how to move the cursor to the word B and execute bound statement, because if I move one word over, it skips all the way to the left. So I have to hit like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hold down Shift, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's way too many keys to change that. Maybe the faster way would have been to search for the word bound from here. Shift, search, B-O, escape. Okay, that would be faster. But I still have, well, I either have to type the word bounds or I have to hit right a bunch of times, right? You want cursor word part left. Okay. It's not a command? Maybe they'd phrase it differently. Ooh. Why did that not show up in the command palette? I don't actually like the Command K followed by Command S because I have to move both hands off on and off keys. You know this, Adam. I'm using the Colmax, so like Command K is command on the left and then K with the right index, and then to do Command S is I have to release the command and I have to use middle finger command on the right and then S on left hand. So it doesn't look like it's actually bound for me on this shortcuts. So unless you're saying that the KS doesn't show up here, let's see. Even though I don't like it, I'm gonna hit K. Try again, K. Why is it not doing the command? Did I unbound? What's wrong? What's wrong with my command keys? Okay, that works. Oh, I think my virtual machine might be capturing Command K. That's the problem. It's opening up the Finder in Ubuntu. Because I'm not hitting K, I'm hitting E. Hold on. K. Yeah, Command K doesn't bind at all. I must have broken it. There's no shortcut by default. You set mine to that. The hat is what? Control? Arrow left? I have that set to something else. Yeah, my bindings are all different. It's not going to stop me from giving you some points though, because that's a great suggestion. I just need to I need to stop and from time to time and think about how could I accelerate keyboard usage and versus mouse usage. Anyway, I need to move my cursor back to here. I don't spend enough time doing that, I noticed, and I just get like sort of lazy and I just start using the mouse to like select things and type, and I'm a lot slower than some people are. Another alternative is our Lord and Savior Vim. Hey there, Sarian. I'm getting there, Sarian. One of these days, it's just going to be like back to my roots, because that's the first editor I used when I jumped onto Linux was Vim. Actually, it was just VI at the time. I don't know at what point the M got added, because I just remember it was VI. Nowadays, everyone calls it Vim, and like no one calls it VI. And I'm like, when did the M slide in there? You wouldn't worry about binding that particular shortcut. It's not too helpful. So macOS has a lot of default key bindings involving arrow keys. The other thing is that since I'm on a VM, um, I had to deal with the command and alt keys being switched around, or is it command and control? And I had to do a lot of rebindings. The virtual machine gets really confused sometimes because I'm either using the virtual keyboard driver, or I can actually go down into the VM and map um, the device directly. One of these things. I guess it's not that. It's one of these I can. Oh no, it's the one on the top you can't see. I can actually connect the keyboard directly, and that's actually pretty cool because then I can reprogram my own keyboard directly because I get access to the terminal device as well as the keyboard device. But when I do that, the command and control keys swap again because it doesn't go through macOS anymore. It goes straight from the device into Linux. So I'm like, okay, my keyboard shortcuts are going to be completely like broken if I do a direct connection to the keyboard. Or I can have it go through the virtual driver and it'll be more like macOS. And neither one is perfect. And I think I settled on the virtual keyboard driver because I didn't have to change as much, and I just remapped some of the things locally in Visual Studio Code, and it was like close enough. Okay, so statements. Ingestion, statement, execute. So it would be after error but before part. So right here. Assuming that we're going to mutate local, and ID is a string slice, right? And context is mutable context. It's up to us to return a return scope, right? Oh, wait. I think for some of these other ones, I didn't bother with that. Yeah, so that's because um actually now I'm confused. So should an error statement? Oh, it just says the return scope right after that. This can never be, no, it can be an error if we have a collision. Okay, so it should return a return scope. Hey there, Taz Dij. I don't know how to say your name, but hello. So by default, we're just going to the next statement, right? Okay, and then yeah, I think it will just add it to the context. So this would just be actually I have to do two things. I have to make sure I have to do three things. I have to make sure that there's not another local with the same ID. I have to make sure there's no keyed child with the same ID. And I should also make sure later when I add something to key child that there's no local with the same name. There's three different things we have to look to look for three different ways to collide. The alternative is to add it to the keyed children and remove it at the end. That actually might be simpler. So I think I'm going back to that idea, but we still have to have we have to add it. Why don't we add it to the key children first? And if that succeeds, we know there's no collision, we can add it to the locals. Okay, so that would be context, add child to context, ID. Actually, because it's name there, I'm kind of inclined to call it name. That gives us a dictionary entry if it succeeds. So I'm just kind of going to just copy this. Because it's easier than typing it fresh. Actually, that doesn't need to be that. It can just be like that. Okay. So this will detect a collision and do a diagnostic. It said the error and all that good stuff. But if it's not okay, this is like a guard. It has to be that. Otherwise, it's an error. Then I think we're just leaving it and we're just inserting it and then doing context.locals.insert name as well. And I think this doesn't own it, right? Oh, we have to make a new data component that is sort of blank, has no bits with it, right? New unformatted. Right, new unformatted. So that has no format, no children, no origin, no value. So it's completely blank. I have to make a locals. It goes here, right? So this just has to be a set string. These are the names of the child components, which should be removed at the end of ingesting the composite, because they are locals. Well, you're reusing the same word, so why don't we just leave it at that? Hash set comes from collections. Gotta initialize it here. Okay. Copy, paste. All right. Dravested. Hello, how are you doing? I'm doing well. Am I executing the AST straight out of the parser? No. So the parser builds the AST, and then I have another library consume it. So back to the terminology. So this is one library, it constructs the AST, and then ingestion is another library that uses the AST, and I actually have an abstraction layer between types that are not dependent on either side. And I guess a good example that would be in the ingestion or libraries tests, where I actually have a helper that runs the parser. This ingest here, well, no. It would be where this, yeah, here we go. There are two separate functions. So compiling the formats gives us an AST. That's an AST, hash map string to format. And then ingest takes the hash map string to format with a bitstream and a format and gives you a data component out. So this is a pretty good example, like top level dependency injected solution. Watched this channel a few times now. You really like it? Aw, thank you. By the way, since Adam is in chat today, we kind of want to hype up his channel because he's starting his channel back up soon, and I received a ton of inspiration from Adam and his channel. I'm super excited that he's coming back. So if you like my channel, you definitely should check out Adam's channel when he goes live. I think it's like in a month or so. Although, like, I've been having trouble keeping track of things on the calendar lately. So don't trust me about the exact time. Guys, feel free to ask me any questions about what I'm doing, because sometimes I get super focused, and this is like a microscopic view of a huge project, and it won't make sense at the microscopic level unless I give you some context, right? So, oh, it's 12/4. I should mark that on my calendar. I probably already have, and I just forgot I marked it on my calendar. So it's a little more than a month away. So Probably there are people watching now that have no idea what I'm doing. So as quick as I can overview. It's called the data disintegrator because I can't come up with good names. But think of it as something similar to Wireshark. If you've probably seen Wireshark or heard of it, it's a tool you can use to look at traffic on your network interface, like DNS lookups, TCP packets, and all that kind of thing. The idea is that we can take the bytes of some kind of file or stream, we can assign meaning to every piece of it based off a description of the format of that data written in domain-specific language. Okay? Here's an example of that domain-specific language. A GIF file, right? An image has a header at the front and a trailer at the end and has data blocks in the middle. And there's also a little bit of extra description in this logical screen. I'm not sure why they didn't put that in the header, but they didn't. It's got a descriptor and a global color table, and that descriptor tells us how big the image is, among other things. So my tool will compile this into what's called an abstract syntax tree, which really just means it's an in-memory representation of this. It's usually a tree because it's a composite. This is the top level, so to speak, and the second level would be each of these parts. And like this while loop would be one of those parts, and then it has its own children, which is 1, 2, 3 things in it, and the second thing has its own little child here. The indentation level actually kind of gives you a hint about the depth of the tree. So GIF being at the top, header being at the second level along with the while, and then the if at a third level, and the break at the innermost level, right? So it's called an abstract syntax tree because actually, why is it called an abstract syntax tree? I'm gonna guess it's because actually, I don't know. I shouldn't use the word unless I know what it means, right? Let's look it up. You know, when you're not sure what something means, you should try to look it up. Why is it called, why do they use the word abstract in the word abstract syntax tree? Okay, sometimes it's just syntax tree. It's the abstract syntactic structure of text written in a formal language. The syntax is abstract in the sense that it does not represent every detail appearing in the real syntax, but rather just the structural or content-related details. Right. I need to remember that. Grouping parentheses are implicit in the tree structure. They don't have to be represented. So that comes into play. All of these semicolons, braces, and arrows, not equals, actually, that's not true. Not the equals. Not the equals. But all the other braces and stuff, they disappear and they aren't in the abstract syntax tree because the tree's structure implies where these braces should go. So like there's always braces around a format. There's always braces around the statements in a while loop, etc., right? When you have a compound binary operation like this, the parentheses really become the arms of the tree. So if there's parentheses around that, that means that's one arm from the root, and that's the other arm from the root. That means the and is at the top of the tree, and then the second level has these not equals at the second level. If we rearrange the parentheses differently, then we have a differently structured tree. So essentially, though, what's in that abstract syntax tree is just the same thing as what we started with, just in a much more easily usable form for the program. What we do with that AST, which you can still envision as kind of looking like this, is we'll match it up with the input file, like looks like this, right? We can kind of see it's a GIF file because it starts with GIF. We'll put it off to the side, and the parser will actually kind of side by side, starting at the top of both, walk through them in order. So it'll say, okay, the first thing's the header. What's the first thing in header? Signature. Okay, this says it's a string. This says it's 24 bits. So starting at where we are in the bit stream, we'll consume 24 bits. We'll interpret it as a string and name it signature. So that's what it does. And then it says, what's next? Well, make sure the signature is GIF. If it's not, it's an error. Well, it looks like it is, so we're good. Next, we have a string 24 bits and call it version. There we go. And then it does that, like walking through the whole tree until it's all the way done with everything. If it gets to the end without an error and the format specified correctly, it means your input bytes conform to that format, so it's a good file, right? If we had an error at any point, or we had like extra bytes at the end, or like some bytes were cut off at the end, we would know that there's something wrong with the file. And hopefully we'd have some clue about what's wrong. Like it had extra bytes. Well, either something was wrong in one of the size fields early on, and there's actually more to the file than we think, or there's just extra junk at the end. If it ends early, it could mean like it was truncated, or one of the size fields was corrupted, and so the file is actually shorter than it seemed to be. Okay, that was maybe too long of a description. To answer your question, Taz, where I left off last night was I got bound statements working. I don't know if you were up for that, but a bound statement looks like this. And this is my unit test for it. This is like a stressful test on the parser. This says, so if you start with an expression in square brackets, you're saying that what's in the next block of statements has to have that number of bits. So it puts a bound like smaller than the bit stream. If the bit stream here is a whole byte, then this says, well, the next statements can only use 4 bits. Also, if you use fewer than the bits, then there are extra bits it skips. And if you try to use too many bits, it's an error. So this test says that there's 4 bits interpreted as an unsigned integer. Normally, I would put a local bound like that, but the bounded region is sort of like how you do it with multiple statements. And so I don't need to put a bound on that. And I could actually have another one. Well, actually, I can't have another one because if UI doesn't have a bound, it just consumes as many bits as it can. So it'll be 4 bits long, right? So the test should say X is 4 bits long and Y is an error because it asked for 5 and it only had 1. And then Z uses only one of the 2 bits at the end, and there's an extra bit. So that's what all these asserts are claiming. So I got that working, and that's pretty much where I left off last night. So now moving on to what was I doing? Local variables. Local variables let me do something like this where, although I'm parsing 8 bits and calling it bar, I'm also making a copy into X because we might want to like maybe use X as like decrement it in a loop until we get to the end. So it's for values that are inside of a component only to be used in the logic of parsing that component, and at the end they're tossed away. So actually I need to make another claim here. We don't want to see X in the keyed children, so we should assert that foo dot keyed children dot get X is none. Right? We don't want to see X in foo because it's a local, but we do want to see bar. So we should assert that bar is sum. So that's where we are now. Hopefully you didn't miss something before the bound stuff. I forgot what I did before the bound statement. I've been trying to go basically, if I go to show references here, through all of these to-dos. These are the unimplemented parts of the ingestion library. So we've done parts, but we haven't done ignores yet. We've done conditionals. We haven't done for loops. We've done while loops and bounds, and we're in the middle doing locals, but I haven't done assignment, accumulate, increment, decrement. We've done return, break, and error. Those are pretty useful for almost everything else. So I think today we're going to do locals and assignment, accumulate, increment, decrement. And also we need to do the part. Part doesn't use its L value. I think I want to actually rename that. That should be called like copy. Because in the original C code, I think my comment says like it gets a copy. Oh, I'm wrong. It's if it's an assignment operator, it's a reference to the attribute to assign to. So that's not, it shouldn't be that then, right? Okay, let me look at my grammar and see what I called it. grammar. So we want to look at part statement. Op assign. Oh, I did call it L value. Why did I do that? That, I think, is a mistake. That shouldn't be called L value. It should be called like copy. Because yeah, this op assign is like means to like an arrow and then another reference. It just means to make a copy of it somewhere else. Yeah, I need to implement that because we're using that in this test, right? That's what this syntax means. Without that, it's just a part called bar that's 8 bits long and it's an integer. With that, it says not only parse it and store it in bar, but also make a copy of its value and store that in X, which is a local. Coffee is just the right temperature, so put the lid back on and keep it warm. Okay, I made a locals. It's a hash set. Is insert not the right way to use it? It's private. Oh, right. I was trying to keep this encapsulated. So let's make a method called like add local. Okay. We have add child context. We'll do an add local. Let's see if we can get away with string and have it just like put it into the hash set. Self.local. Oh, try that again. Self.locals.insert. I think we're just going to ignore. Should I ignore the return value? I don't think I want to ignore it. I think I want to do an expect on it. So that we can, if we have a logical error in the design of the code, that we'll know that it happened. So we should say if it already contained a value, false is returned. If it did not contain a previous value, true is returned. So we should say if not, insert name. Panic. How about we say unexpected, unimplemented, unreachable, unlikely? Maybe panic is best. I hate using panic though. It's sort of like a catch-all for like, you shouldn't be able to get here. Maybe I'll just call it unreachable. Because we're making an assertion that we should never be able to reach that. But we're still checking. If we ever do reach it, we're going to get a special, in fact, we're allowed to put a string here, right? So we're going to say like, the caller promised to never, well, it's not that we promised. By design, we should never be adding a local that already exists. That string is long, so let's do the escape trick. I have to put a space there, otherwise it's be adding, right? Okay, back to here. I think it's because this took a string. No, it didn't. It's not a string to begin with, so we'd have to say toString. I'm wondering, is it better to upcast it to a string here, or have add local take a slice and do an upcast here? I kind of like saying that it has to be a string and that we're going to own it. Also, that way, if it already is a capital string, that we don't make an unnecessary copy. So I think this is actually better. Okay. So that gets us past the first part of the test, but then I think we don't do that, so we'll fail this one and this one, right? Those two clauses should fail. Yeah, should be 42. We got none for this line. Okay. We didn't get an error though. Well, let's do a setup logger just to make sure. Yeah, there's no errors, no error diagnostics printed. It's just that it never got this value. So this part is not done yet. So here's where I want to change the grammar so it doesn't say L value. This should be like copy or local copy. I think I do want to restrict it that we can only use a local there. And that's purposeful. Actually, then if it's only going to be a local, I don't have to declare a local, do I? Then I can get rid of the local statement completely. And just a local is whenever we assign to something with a part. Yeah, and then if we do an assignment and the left-hand side doesn't exist, we would just create a local, wouldn't we? Yeah. I'm trying to think ahead to like see if my mind is that going to limit the parser's ability to like to parse different things. If you assign to a local inside a loop, would that local only be valid for that loop body? No. The way I've written it so far, it would you'd be able to use it for the rest of the scope of for the rest of the format you're in, or the rest of the context you're in, which is effectively the format that you're in. So like we declare local and we go into data. Data can't use local, but we could use that local that next within this loop, like I'm currently doing, and it uses the same next variable over and over again. And if I move that local into the loop, I'd still be able to use it out here. I could say like error next, and it should print the value 33b because that's yeah. So that should work that way. Although maybe because I don't have the concept of a context for a loop. I was going to have a sub context for a bounded region, but I abandoned that because it actually made things more complicated because I had to I had to be able to make a copy of the data component because the context right now holds the composite in it. Yeah, the context right now is tightly bound to the whole composite. So if locals are in the context, that means the locals are bound to the whole composite as well. And you can do stuff like declare it inside a loop and use it outside. But that makes me think like maybe it's unnecessary to declare a local if the copy side effect here always saves to a local, then we would just say, well, if it's not in locals, add it, right? And then another use of it would be if it's not in locals, try to add it. And if the name already exists as like if I said header here, that would be illegal because even though it's not a local, when we do the logic to make a local, we temporarily add it to the keyed children, and that would collide with that. I'm trying to think like when we have vector context. So like if we're inside of a loop and there's a loop variable, an internal loop variable that tells us how many loops we're on. Well, should that affect locals at all? I'm thinking it should not, because if it did, we would have problems where next has a different value every loop, which is totally unnecessary. What if you wanted to go through a loop and like collect local values and put it into a local vector? I think then you'd be explicit. You'd say like next I, and then you'd have to use the for loop version of while. Yeah. Oh, I gotta go get ice cream. Hey, Adam, do you want another Sonic the Hedgehog popsicle? You'd have to come down and get it. I think if I shipped it to you, it would melt. But yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta get the ice cream. Okay. I didn't get the Sonic the Hedgehog one because it would have melted and it would have made me really sad. But instead, we got a big Neapolitan. We got one of these Blue Bunny cones. And this is my favorite these days. It's it. It's it. These are like really good. But I gotta put it in the freezer now. All right. I guess when I go on break, I'll get to enjoy the ice cream. What's a mukbang stream? Those actually, if I left it out, it probably wouldn't melt for like a couple hours because the ice cream truck driver, he uses dry ice to store them, and you actually, if you try to eat them right away, they're really really hard. So they soften a while, especially if you leave them out. But I put them in the freezer because I'm probably not gonna eat them for a while. It's a stream where the focus is just on eating. Really? I thought that was just a food stream. All right, back to this. I think it's sound to make this create locals. Also, if you just use it on the left-hand side, it'll make a local. And I don't actually need a local statement. We'll keep it in there for the moment, but let's get this working first, and then I can change the grammar. Undo my local changes here. Okay. I think I do want to change the name L value. So we're going to change that to like local. Okay, and then let's see where L value appears. Okay, so it's in part statement, local, and then it's in ignore, local, and then local. That's probably it, right? Here's a key I wish I had here. The collapse all. There's a way to do it, but I think I don't have it bound yet. Search collapse all. You can see there's no more rust in there. Okay, good. So we have it in the grammar, but we're actually not using it in the part statement like we should be. That would be, I think it's in ingest component, right? Wait, no. I think it would be at the end. After we've ingested the component, if it has a local, then we want to save a copy of the value in as a local. So I guess that would be in here somewhere. Actually, now that I'm looking at this, why does this not return right away? Well, we need to do that, but why is this done in error scope? Or why is this done even if there's an error? Oh, on purpose, we want to do that. Okay, so if it's not an error, that's right. If it's not an error, we can then check if let sum local equal statement local. Why is that a reference? Opposite. Why is opposite? Why is it a reference? Why is that a reference? Oh, I know why it's a reference. I just said it like 5 minutes ago. I might want to say that that goes to next I, where that is a it's a full reference, so it can't just be a name. You starting Rust on your job from tomorrow? Or the best place you can go? That's kind of scary that you're going to be using Rust at a job starting tomorrow and you don't know Rust yet. I'd be scared. So you're gonna need like quick learning, right? Learn Rust. Do I have a learn? Okay, I don't have a learn link. I should make one. We go to learn Rust. Here, I Google that for you. Adcom learn bang learn Rust. Get started with Rust here. Things your company's training some of you on Rust. Well, if they're training you, then why are you asking for the best places to go? Wouldn't the best place to go would be go to your training? They mainly work on Python, Django, and React projects. Okay. If they work on React projects, one of the best like stepping stones would be to look into U, because this is designed to be a framework similar. I know that it's a joke to say Rust is not or React is not a framework, but U calls itself a framework, and it's kind of React-like. So developers who have experience with frameworks like React and Elm should feel quite home with using U. So there you go. You might want to check that out. In addition to the Learn Rust resources just from the Rust community, especially if you already know React, because like they say, you'll feel at home. I actually don't know Django, so I can't give you a recommendation for that. So yeah, look at u.rs, look at learn rust-lang.org/learn. Those are some good sites. I actually made a UI for the game I was working on several years ago. And when I was porting it to Rust, I was using the U framework, and it worked pretty well. It was sort of immature at the time. I'm sure they've gotten it a lot more mature these days. Told me it'll be developing APIs in Rust. Is that possible? API is a very abstract term. If we look it up in Wikipedia, it means any kind of application programming interface. So it's the way computers talk to each other, right? When you think about it, that's a very, very open term. Okay, a REST API, that's a specific kind of API. Now we're talking about a web interface, and definitely that's possible in Rust because there are both web clients and web servers built on Rust. So the answer is yes. Well, yeah, API, if it's a different kind of API, it would be good to know what kind of API they're going to do, because it's a very general term. Think of Rust as like C or C++ or Java or C# or Go or any language that's a general purpose programming language that can be used at the low level or the high level. Its particular features it brings to the table are that it does a lot more strict type checking and compile time analysis. So the code ends up being very fast because a lot of the stuff is checked before it's built. And you don't have to have as many like runtime checks. Like you don't have to check for null, for example, a lot of the time, because you verified at compile time that you can never have a null pointer dereference if you write it a certain way. Other than that, it's pretty much the same as any other programming language. So if a REST API only requires a general purpose programming language, that means you can write a REST API in Rust or Go or C or Java. All of those you can write it in. Will it really change the way you see programs? As a JS, TS, you work above many abstractions, or it's like C++. It is, I would say the average level of Rust is pretty low. So it is like C++, maybe even a little bit lower than C++. So I wouldn't call it basics though. You're calling it basics probably because you learned C++ first and then you went to JavaScript. But when you think about it, what does basics mean? Basics really means something simple. And I would not say that C++ is simple, and I wouldn't say JS is simple. So let's not use the word going back to basics. Maybe think of it as more going to like a systems level language. Yeah, some bugs in JavaScript are impossible to write in Rust. Yeah. The same, I think, can be said about a few other languages like Go and Zig, right? I don't know them very well, though. But I've heard that some of the other languages like those have similar properties. C and C++ are notoriously unsafe. The compiler doesn't do a lot of checking at all. And that's because they're very old languages where the job was to get it into machine code and run it as fast as possible and leave it up to you, the programmer, to do all of the safety. So checking your memory allocation, checking for bounds overflow, left it all up to you to do. Where Rust now, the focus is more to build in the safety by convention. So certain things that you could do in C, you're not allowed to do in Rust unless you actually enclose all of the code and say that this is unsafe. So here's an example. I have one example here where I had to use unsafe. When I'm taking some data type, which is an unsigned 64, and I want to turn it into an signed 64, I am saying transmute those bits and just pretend it was a signed 64. It's unsafe because that might actually overflow the variable, right? If it won't fit into 64 bits, now it becomes a negative number. So you could call that undefined behavior, call it erroneous, whatever you like. Rust won't let you do that by default unless you put inside this, and that's basically your stamp saying, I guarantee as the programmer that I will take care of any implications of it being unsafe. You should use extended bits as I64 there. See, Sarian, that's why I love you. You weren't here when I wrote this, so I did my best. So you're saying I can do it without unsafe? Well, but there's a chance of overflow, right? When you go to U64 to I64, you could flip the sign bit by accident. And I tried to check it here somewhere. Where did I do that? Actually, maybe I didn't. I don't actually see a check for overflow here. Oh, I know why. Because this is safe because although we're using a U64 for the bits, it actually because we're in ingest as I, we're saying the actual bits really is a signed integer. So if that top bit is a 1, it really is a negative number. So that actually is safe to do. You like my take on it? I'm happy you like it. Yeah, I'm sure you'll do fine. So just remember, don't hesitate to look things up on web search, and ChatGPT is your friend when you're learning. Don't use it to take tests or quizzes, but use it when you're trying to look for learning. I started using ChatGPT, and it's so much nicer than trying to think of the search terms for like when you're like unsure of how to do something and you're trying to learn it. It kickstarts you in the right direction a lot of the time. But same with just don't be afraid to look things up. I look things up all the time. Like I didn't know what abstract meant in abstract syntax tree. I looked it up, and now I know that it abstracts away the punctuation. Now I know how to, and I didn't know that before. And it's better to look things up than to make a guess and pass it off as knowledge. Because that's what scientists do, and I'm not a scientist. Of course, they back up their guesses with tests, but they still start off as guesses, right? So is it really necessary then to do extended bits here? Because really, fundamentally, I do want to transmute the bits because I know that they're underlying it started out as signed, and I just want to like I want like a reinterpret cast is what I want. I guess I could at least look up what extended bits means, and then I could maybe ask myself, is that applicable? Did I type it right? Oh, is extended bits the variable I used there? Oh, I can't use as I64 because the bits could be fewer than 64 bits. It might be like 2 bits. And I actually do need to sign extend. So Surian does, how do I tell the sign extension, the as I64, to actually put 1 bits in place? In other words, like it might be a 00000000100. And it's because I'm only using the bottom 3 bits, but it is a negative number because the sign bit is there. And what I'm trying to do is turn all of these into a 1, like that. You would need to do that manually. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing here. This is the manual sign extension. We compute the extension by this convoluted thing. That puts all the 1 bits above the sign, all the bits above the sign, and makes them 1, and then we OR them in. But I was just wondering, like, if there's a way to make a safe transmutation once I'm done. That would apply for transmute as well. So I should just be able to say that as I64. I wasn't sure if that was doing what I asked it to do. Like I really wanted to just transmute it. I don't want to try to like do a bounds check. I was afraid that this would do a bounds check and panic if the top bit was a 1. You know what I mean? Although I have tests for that, so I could check that. We can leave that, and my test will bomb if it doesn't work, right? And Rust doing UN and IN just reinterprets the bits. Okay. Sarian, I consider you an authority on Rust, so we'll say that this is blessed by Sarian. Actually, I don't want to embarrass you, so we'll just leave it like that. Now I don't have any unsafe code. Woohoo! Goal met. No unsafe code. Right, so if we have a local, it's a reference. So I need to have something that can dereference and create a local if it doesn't exist, right? So let local, I guess, equal context dot L value. Here I am again going back to L value. I think that's why I called it L value before. Then yeah, I was wrong to rename it to local because it really is a reference. Okay, go back in time to past Raimu and tell him that local should be L value. If I just undo. There we go. I undid it. Now it's L value again. Unfortunately, I have a lot of places where it's now called local, but we can search and replace them all, right? Collapse all. That's correct. That's correct. Here, it should be L value. That is correct. Here, aha, here, L value. L value. Really, it should be L value reference because it's a reference. But I'm going to preserve the name because that's what I use in the C code. L value. Yes. Okay. I undid the damage. So back here again. So I guess this is like find L value. Dereference. Dereference. Whoops. L value, right? And that's fallible. So I should say if let okay equal. Actually, I just modeled after that. Let it be okay else. and let it, just like addChild does, that will do the diagnostic for me. So then L value will be at this point, well, let's make the prototype for dereference L value first. Function dereference L value, mute self L value. It's a reference, right? Isn't an L value always a reference, basically? Yeah. Well, it'll be a reference to a local. That's the difference. I think in the C++ version, I let the L value be a reference to a part, but I actually don't like that idea these days because a part to me is something that fundamentally it gets its value from the bits, and so I shouldn't be allowed to change it after parsing it. If I wanted to reinterpret the data, I have two ways to do that. Actually, in the grammar, I have a way to attach an interpretation. Also, I can just make the overall, I could put it inside a format whose overall value is something different than its part, which is all of, which, like basically a new type. You can make a new type in my language by having a part with just one thing in it, and then reinterpret its value as the overall part's value. And then you can also just make a local. What's a part? I'm glad you asked. In the language, we're describing the format of some data, and at the top level, we think of the entire block of data as a composite. The composite has many parts in it. So the header is part of a GIF. A trailer is part of a GIF. Logical screen is a part. Data is a part. Locals are not parts. While loops are not parts. Ifs are not parts. And mostly that's because they don't parse any bits. So something is fundamentally a part if it gets its value from one or more bits of the data. So header is a part because it has 48 bits, right? It actually has two subparts, signature and version. So when I run the parser, the parts are all listed as having bits, and they get aligned for themselves. Actually, I also have composites also can have a value because, and I did that, and that's what I was just talking about, right? We can make a copy of a value of a part to assign it to be the overall value of the composite if we want. That's why header ends up getting a copy of the version number. Yeah, when you think of part in my project, think of that it is a piece of data that actually has a number of bits attached to it. So a local variable is not a part. A while loop or an if is not a part, but there are still statements. It's a non-part statement. A return statement is not a part, but it's still a statement. So when I'm looking at my grammar, for example, and I see a part statement, we're actually parsing bits here. It's either an elemental part, like an unsigned integer, or a string, right? These are all elemental parts, right? Or it could be a user-defined part. And so if I show you in where we have an ingestion, part statement, an ingest component, ingesting context, all this stuff, that should actually have the word part in it because we're parsing a part here. The part could have an elemental format, or it could be a user-defined format. Elemental format, we're always like pulling some bits off the bit stream right here. So that's where we pull bits off to make an unsigned integer. Down here, we pull them off here and collect them and interpret it as a string. Yeah. So an L value, a local, these are not parts. They're local variables that I'm using at times, like this next. We're using it just to do a look ahead. That's what this plus means. We're looking ahead 8 bits and seeing if it's 3B. And if it is, we're breaking out. But then that 3B reappears because that's what a trailer is. If I find trailer in here somewhere, is it near the end? Yeah, a trailer has a label, and the label has to be 3B, which is that look ahead value. So yeah, the next and declaring it, and none of these are parts. So we're going to return a result that could be a data component. Mutable reference to 1, right? Or it could be an ingestion error. I still don't like that name, ingestion error, but I'm going with it for now. Because I'm a fan of global search replace. Okay, I want to go back to where it was referenced here. Make sure this is correct. What is L value? It is a reference. Yeah, we want to borrow that. Reference to a reference. A reference to an AST reference. Okay, and so we get back a component. And then I should be able to say that component's value. Components. How come it's not letting me use it? What did I do wrong here? Oh, because it's L value. So let's change that to component. Component. Well, this is going to be a local, right? It can only be a local. Dot format value equals whatever the composites value is, right? The parts value. Part value. Clone. Actually, did I make value copyable? I did not. It's clonable though. So there's where we do the actual assignment. So I just need to implement dereference L value now. Hey there, Comkick. How are you doing? That's right. We're supporting local variables. My parser tool uses a custom language. And when we declare a local variable in that language, then we can make copies of parsed bits and use them in conditional logic and not have that local variable show up in the composite structure of what we parsed. That's the whole point of what we're doing. Doing pretty well. I stayed up too late last night and recorded a lot of hours of work, but I had fun. So, and I have my coffee and it's a Sunday and I don't have to do work. So we're all good. Okay. The point of this is to be able to get mutable access to some local value. And evaluate expression does the same thing, right? So let me look at what we did in evaluate expression. Evaluate expression would be where? In context, expression, evaluate reference, right? So I think this is doing some of the reference lookup that I want to make common, because this is evaluating a reference to get a data value. The other one I'm doing now is we're evaluating, we're taking a reference and we're dereferencing it, but we're not getting a data value, we're getting the actual storage of it, the L value. This is like R value reference. So, but it's all the way until we get the value out of the part. So the thing that grabs the part is what I want. So like all of this is in the common part, and all of this does is once it gets a part, it clones the value. The other one will actually return a reference to that part. In fact, it'll return a mutable reference, which means I probably want both a mutable and an immutable version of it. Okay, let's just copy this because this is all going to move. I feel like I should have a module for references. And that should go under context. Yes, so we're going to make a new module called reference. Paste all that junk. Under context.rs, we're going to declare a module called reference. Okay, and then in reference, we're making a extension of the implementation of context, right? Okay, and pardon the spacing being wrong, but this is a public function. We're just going to call it dereference. And then we'll have another variant called dereference mute. This one is immutable self, and we're going to have a reference, which is always going to be this. And it's going to, I can close this now. It's going to return a result of either a data component or an ingestion error. Okay. And that's what this does. And if we get all the way down to the bottom, it's okay part. All right, so now we just need to import a few things. Reference is from AST, data components from the crate, ingestion errors from the crate. Error should be from log. Okay, we're good. So I've extracted out. Now let me go back to where I was using it in expression right here. So all of this should just be let part equal self.dereference reference question mark, right? So that we can combine by just saying self.dereference reference dot map part to part value clone. And we're done. Don't need that. How come expression only has evaluate reference and it doesn't have evaluate expression in it? Isn't that an oversight of mine? Shouldn't like evaluate expression go in that module? Let's move it. Because I made a whole submodule for it. Might as well go here, right? Yeah, just do that. Okay. It's done. Okay, so here we get to, oh, that's right. I wanted to make a mutable variant of this. Okay, here's a problem. A lot of the logic is the same, whether it's mutable or immutable. Can I make it can I make it a generic? Or do I have to be repetitive? Or do I make a macro? Can I make it generic for some? Can I make a trait and then have this be a trait implementation and then have two implementations of the trait, one for mutable, one for immutable references? Or would that be too funky? Let's see. Can I do this? Can I have like trait dereferenceable? Is that how you spell dereferenceable? Hi, Ryu Sabra2. Oh, and I missed Comcake's thing. Hate to bother someone, yet you mentioned several times that you can't stream open source stuff. What's considered to be open sourced? Videos are publicly available and basically code is open, right? Asking for yourself, got a contract with a used company, have a lot of stuff in the contract to be aware of. Let's see, did Adam answer it? Each company is probably going to be different about this. No one can tell you an authoritative answer except for your own lawyer. I generally find that employees want to make sure of two things. You're doing your job. You're not making some billion-dollar idea the company could call for themselves. Yeah. I have a clear definition that I understand open source to mean that if the code has an open source license. That's usually my interpretation of open source. It has to have an open source license. If the code does not have an open source license, if it has a proprietary license or no license at all, which implies that no license is granted to anyone other than the copyright holder, then it is not open source. Even if you can see it, even if I show you glimpses of it on my stream, since I don't have a license, no one's allowed to use it without violating my copyright. It's not open source. So, following my own definition, I would say open source license list or library licenses. If your license is an OSI approved license, then I would call it open source. And there are a lot of them, right? There's the popular ones like MIT and BSD are probably in here. BSD. There's like zlib. So if it's in here, I would call it open source. I think that's, even though I'm not a lawyer, I would say that that's a very legal way to define what open source means, is that the license to use it is considered to be an open license. You just slap MIT on your projects, even though you never read MIT license, then you're making open source. I think MIT is just a very liberal license. It's very short, and it's saying that you can do whatever the hell you want. You just can't call it your own. You retain copyright rights over the original, but you allow everyone else to copy it. Something like that, right? Also, tangential to the licensing is also the concepts of intellectual property and liability. So if someone takes your code and they use it and it causes the death of people, who's liable for that? You, because you wrote the code, or is it that the person who used your code is liable because you disclaimed liability for uses of it in your license? Does it mean that you can do whatever you want until you accidentally push license file into your repo? The default of not having a license is that you do not grant a license to anyone. So you retain I think the laws in most countries are now that the moment you create something, you have copyright over it. And no one can copy it or use it but you, until you explicitly grant them a license. Therefore, a license file, you've just made a statement about who can use it. Without making a statement, the default is no one has a license but you. That's my interpretation, and of course it varies what country you're in. Some countries don't recognize copyright at all. Some countries have like strange like interpretations of it, but I try to stick with the straightforward, what makes sense to me. If I write it and I haven't yet said who I want to use it, then no one can but me. And if I then attach a license file saying it's MIT, then I've opened it up to the world. It's open source. And I can't do that right now without leaving my job or getting express approval from my job to do that, because they said I need to do that. So when you look at my code, you'll see that there is actually no license file for it. I don't want to cancel. I don't want to. I guess I do want to save that. There is no license file. There's a to-do file, but the moment I would publish it where other people can see it, I would probably want a license file at least to say that like it is proprietary or not. Go back to here. So yeah, I'm thinking like if I could make a trait implementation of this, and then just say it's implemented for, basically I want to do this. I want to, in the end, I want to say that we implement dereferenceable for what I'm trying to type. We do it for context. Actually, there's two types I have to worry about, right? It's not going to be so straightforward, is it? If it was one type, I could do the trait trick, but I don't think I can do it for two. Because to implement dereference for context, the context is immutable and the reference is immutable. But for the dereference mutable, both of these would have to be mutable, right? So how do I avoid like the repetition here? Or do I not avoid? Is it unavoidable? Should I look it up? Rust. How to avoid duplication between mutable and immutable variants of a function. Maybe I should ask ChatGPT that. How to avoid writing duplicate accessor functions for immutable. How to avoid mutable and immutable borrows. Safe way to use the same code for mutable and mutable variants. Here we go. You have some structure, fairly complicated, search procedure, logically requires no mutation, returns an immutable reference. Also, you also like to provide a variant that takes a mutable variant. Exactly, this is my problem. So what do we have to say? One hack around this is offered on the IRC as find mut a mut option unsafe trans. Oh, I see. So you use the immutable version and then you just transmute it to a mutable version instead. The only ways to avoid that is with a macro. Dereferenceable, so the E stays at the end of dereference. Okay. Looks like we're not going to use the trait anyway, but thanks, Adam. Points 1 and points. I keep forgetting to give people points for helping out. Mutability belongs in a class on the fields. When I think of immutable reference to be a static method, it's that it's a constant pointer instead of a non-constant pointer. So hold on. If you have like I don't know, some type string. Actually, it's more easily expressed as that, right? Well, but then I want to get into the type. Let's just say U64, right? That's the equivalent of in C saying a const pointer to a const long unsigned long, or uint 64 underscore t, right? But mute U64 is like saying it's just not having the constant at all. So they're both pointers under the hood, but if you don't say mut, it's implied that it's constant, right? And let's say we actually have a p there, right? And we extend this. Then actually, the way I wrote this, that's now double constant. P itself is constant, right? But you have the other variety where you put the mut in front of both. And now we have not a constant here. So the P is changeable, and the thing we point to is changeable. You have to say mut on both sides. If you say mut there, but what you're referencing is immutable, then it's like the thing you're pointing to is constant, but the P itself can change. And you also have these other weird varieties where P doesn't change, but it points to something mutable. And then this is where both the pointer and the thing it points to are immutable. Told me the other day you owe me 84 points. I did. Don't I owe you 13,531 points? Adam, we have to get you to 13531 points, and then you have to keep that in a balance. So everything good that you do for me, you have to do something bad, so that if I were to ever add a point, then I would have to take a point away to maintain the balance. So someone with more Rust expertise, let me know if I messed that up. But I think here's our Rust and C equivalent. And maybe we'll save this for posterity somewhere. Save it under docs and call it like Rust to C. Start banning VAPs. Gotcha. You stopped earning points once I got better at me. No, I've been stingy about the points being awarded. Sarian should have like at this point like 4,512, not just 92 points. Adam should have like 13,000 points. We all know that. Mutability belongs in a class on the fields. Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain with that. But I haven't seen any objections from chat, so I think that's correct. There is more to it, by the way. The true equivalent would be that, right? When you have the other variety, if you want to get into like real technical detail, then that's truly equivalent to that. And what that is equivalent to is this with some other concept of static time lifetime analysis, right? These are truly like have no lifetime attached to them. These do. That's my understanding. In Rust, it's not U64 with the pointer in front. Oh, you have to do a const there? Oh, okay. Thank you. And I guess I would have to do it here too as well, right? So that's more correct. But these have no lifetime attachments and these do, and there's not really a way to express that in C. You just have to know that these are borrowed from something else that's owned. The static versus an instance varieties. Well, yeah, well, we won't get into maybe I'll get into that later. You can write restrict on the C side, but you can't really say what it's restricted to, can you? You have to when you have created it, it would have to be that this is actually pointing to another variable that maybe is a local variable. And so it's only valid for the current scope. There's also the no alias thing for references. Oh, yeah. With pointers, you can have two pointers point to the same thing, but you can't have two mutable references point to the same thing. You can have two immutable references point to the same thing if you want. Should really do a project like this in C to understand. Actually, Dota Attitude, if you do that, and once you figure it out, make a YouTube video. And I'm sure that'd be really popular for anyone learning like the intricacies of these languages. Okay, so the conclusion is I have to be repetitive, right? No, the conclusion was the unsafe transmute trick, right? It bypasses any safety checks you might get for copy pasting the implementation. One suggestion you've seen is to provide templated mutability, similar to templated lifetimes. Mutability of some references can depend on the mutability of others. Macros might be a decent solution. Both of them are complicated by borrow CK's current touchiness. Find and find out are pretty much exactly the same logic, but the logic's been written out twice. In fact, it's been written out twice in completely different styles. Huh. So that is a question. Was there no answer to the question, or am I just not seeing the answers? Oh no, here are the answers. Basically, you want functions to be parametric over mutability. That is probably a good thing to have. Exactly what syntax would be best for that, not sure. Best solution here is to reorganize immutability. Immutability is really a tri-state. Currently we have X versus mod X, so we need to have a moniker for don't care immutability. Never considered that DRI-ness impacted the dichotomy. Believe in D, it's called in-out. Like, I guess no one really has a good answer. This is a really old question. It's a 9-year-old question. So maybe it's been asked recently. Here we go. Here's another answer. And this was, I guess that's this year? No, it's 3 years old. Peak mut using return value peak, casting it to mut and an option. Seems like implementation would be sound and provides a safe interface for an unsafe implementation. I don't believe any qualification like that was intended, blah, blah, blah. Transitioning a mutable type to mutable is considered undefined behavior. Strongly asserts that transmuting is always undefined behavior. Always undefined behavior. Okay. I don't know what to do. Maybe just for now we duplicate it. So we'll have a dereference mut where these are mutable. Child, so that's get mut. So there are some changes I had to make. I had to do get mut inside here, and I had to make use that same kind of mutability parameter there, right? But that's the most striking difference. I actually had to call a different function inside. There was this generics keyword generics thing proposed a while back, which is supposed to solve this. More of like a macro rules thing. So I could do it with a macro, right? It's just that this get and get mute would have to be part of the arguments of the macro, right? Can you overload one with the other? I don't think so, and that's why they have get and get mute typically as separate names to avoid overloading. And really the problem is that the compiler's got to analyze this in the context of how it's used differently, right? Here it's not mutual exclusion. Here it's mutually exclusive. Like if something calls this, both the self and the reference are now locked, right? And they're actually locked into this result. So it's not true for this. So the analysis is going to be different. So if I were to cheat and make this one based off of this one, I think I might screw up the static analysis. And so I wouldn't be able to put that stamp of unsafe is actually safe on top of it. Okay, so yeah, now that I've done that compromise, back in context, we can use it. So let component, well, let local. Actually, isn't this just a front for self dot dereference mutable? Isn't it the same thing? So I don't even need this. Yeah, I don't need this. I don't need it. Go to where it's used and do something else. It's just cell dereference mut, right? Oh, I made a mistake. The actual reference doesn't need to be mutable. because we're only using it to find the specification part, right? Yeah, okay. I fixed it. Okay, so this still won't work because I don't believe I have yeah, it's going to say unfound, but if it's an L value, we're allowed to actually create as we go, right? We're allowed to create locals as we go. Oh, with the caveat that it has to be the last. So we would have to make a flag where we said we created a local, and if we get to the next step, it has to exist. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. A local is a data component. It can have keyed children. So we could actually allow creation all the way down the chain if we want. It's just that they all become locals. Right. And the parts of a local child don't need to be marked as local because the local doesn't get parsed anyway. Okay, let me read chat. You're really struggling to choose between machine learning, AI, or iOS native dev software. What do you advise you to choose? I can't advise you because the choice is rooted in what you want, and I don't know what you want, Tux. Tux, that's a question for yourself. What do you want? What sounds more fun to you, machine learning or iOS native dev? Or maybe both, and you learn both. But which one do you learn first? I would say whichever one motivates you to keep learning. What would a choice entail? There are two different fields. As a profession or what? I'm guessing it's for a profession. To be really good at machine learning. So, Tux, are you going to answer Raymarch or Dota? Because they're asking really good questions for you. If you haven't already asked yourself, you should ask yourself, what would that choice entail? Is this for a profession or something else? These are all great questions. Machine learning is way more difficult because math. I guess it depends on, are you going to learn deeply how machine learning works, or you're just going to learn how to use machine learning? I think it's like any kind of technology. It's more difficult the deeper you dive into it, but we can all stand on each other's shoulders. You could take an already working machine learning platform and just learn how to use it, and then maybe you don't need to know as much math. You go for what? Bit of iOS developing versus machine learning to figure out what you. Yeah, there you go. There's a good answer, Tux. Like what Dota said. Try a little bit of both, and then ask yourself, which one did I enjoy more? Or maybe the question should be, if your goal is to make a living and it's just going to be a job, then what job opportunities are there out there more for machine learning or for iOS? Which ones pay more? So you need to collect more data, both from yourself and the universe. What do you like? What is this for? Which one will allow you to reach your goals first? Or like Dota said, try both like dip into both and see which one works out better. Okay, I have to actually use the restroom. I'll be right back. By the way, have you seen this wizard? Be careful to approach him. Let the Ministry of Magic know. I thought of a reason why it's a moot point to try to have a macro or other trick to make these the same, because I'm about to change the mute version anyway, because we're removing unfound. In fact, we're not only removing unfound, but we're also making sure that we create a local if it is found, if it is not found. And if it's found, it has to be a local if it's found. There are mathematicians that, oh, did I lose a whole bunch of chat? No. Let's see where I left off. Mathematicians that struggle with coding, one isn't always easier than the other. Kind of depends on the person. Take a Unity course. Yeah, these are all good suggestions. Your monstrosity worked. What's your monstrosity? What is the monstrosity? Macro rules make foo. Ident. Tag. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that you could have like, yeah, you'd have the things that are different in your macro invocation, and you just plug them in where they go, right? It's only a monstrosity because the macro language forces you to use these dollar signs everywhere, right? Otherwise, it's not too bad. You can kind of read it. If you make your eye skip over the dollar signs, it's pub function name. There's maybe a tag there for mute or not, and then another tag there. Yeah, so that works. I can totally actually read that if I don't spend too much time dwelling on the dollar signs. So that you deserve a point for that, I think, Sarian. In fact, I think you deserve 3 points for that. But yeah, I think because we're going to change the mutable version a lot, I don't really need it to be the same anymore. You found the wizard, Adam? Quick! Expelliarmus! Make sure you take his wand. Give it too much credit for duplication before trying each. Sure, there's a better way. Okay, yeah, so if there's an L value, dereference mute, we get a local, we assign it. Okay, that's cool. So it's all in here, right? Yeah. So we allow collision on the first level as long as it's a local. So good thing we have step, right? So we get it. No, we do entry. We're going to do entry. We're going to do a match on this on entry. Okay. I can get rid of this part because that's too verbose. If it's occupied, it's okay as long as it is the first part, first step, and it's local. Okay, as long as first step and local. Vacant is okay always. We're always going to create then. So then we do entry dot insert entry dot, and it's not helping me, probably because I have other errors. So we'll get back to that. To do done, comment out, hash map. Oh, we actually have to clone it here. So ref ID to owned feels the best there. Sorian's ID flies from their hands. Wait a minute. Are you saying that that's Sarian? Well, it's a good thing that Sarian is on the side of good and not evil. Didn't realize VS Code was this good. The strong typing Rust seems to help. It's not VS Code, it's this thing called Rust Analyzer. Definitely, if you're using VS Code, you should, there's like no excuse not to be using Rust Analyzer. It is the premier language, Rust language support for VS Code. It's got a gazillion downloads. You should have that. Without that, this would just look like plain text and have no help. The strong typing in Rust does help Rust Analyzer a lot. Yes. It does get confused inside of macros though. So if I do like a panic and I haven't yet closed the macro and I try to do like entry dot, see how it's not completing anything? But watch this, if I complete it and then I put a dot, okay, maybe not with panic. What was it, like format? Right, if I complete it though and I put a dot, okay, come on. Why is that actually an error? Expected fat, oh, because we're in a match. Okay, we have to do this outside of a match. Here, we're gonna do it out here. If I don't have that on there and I do like path, see, it doesn't help me. But if I put a parentheses, now I can put a dot on path. I have to actually complete that. Ah, come on. Panic, you're making me look like a fool here. Okay. I guess I'm a fool. There are many contexts I've been in where if I'm in the middle of doing a macro invocation, it gets confused until I end the macro invocation, and then when we're inside of here, maybe this is it. You have to actually make it fit the format. Yeah. See how I can do the dot and I get all the fields of all the functions we can call in path, but if I didn't close it and I do a dot, it doesn't help me. It's like, I don't know how to help you. I don't know how to help you, but if you put all you have to do is end the macro, and then magically it works again. Control space is if it has a recommendation. All of the like quick fix recommendations are well, for me it's command dot. Control space, I'm not sure what that does. Yeah, so there is a key combination. There are two key combinations that you want to know for your editor. One is how to do the quick fix recommendations. The other one is how to open the suggestions. So for the way I have set up, command dot opens up the quick fixes, and just pressing dot immediately opens suggestions, which I find really useful because I can just keep chaining them. Look at that. I don't know what we're doing, but we're doing something. Apparently we're as bytes aligned to and clamping. So you can get really fast if you have a lot of dot chains and it opens the suggestions right away. But inside of macros, it loses its mind. Okay, so vacant, we want to insert. Is it my daily spam call? Here's a fun side note. You know how we all receive like spam calls constantly? I have a phone for work that I just bought like a SIM card, like one of those like pay-as-you-go SIM cards. And the number I got assigned, apparently it's in its past life a Chinese phone number. So I get calls from mainland China every day, spam calls. And I think it's hilarious because it's like, I'm waiting to get a non-Chinese spam call. Come on, something that I can actually understand and not have to translate. They're all like FedEx scams. It's like call us back, or your FedEx package is being held, but it's all in Chinese, and the calls come directly from mainland China. Okay, yes. What's the value we're gonna insert? We need a placeholder value, right? Data component. new unformatted, no value, right? And then what we get back is the new part. And then we continue, right? Right. So entry, it has to be the first step and it has to be local. Otherwise, we get a different kind of error, right? So then if step is greater than 0, we have a problem, right? No, we don't have a problem. This is not actually correct. It actually, I think I have these flipped. This actually goes here. It's okay as long as it's the first step. No, no, that's not true either. What was this thing about the first step thing? Right, it's okay as long, well, if this is the first step, it must be local. If it's not a local, then we're attempting to get to assign into a part, which is not good. So if step equals 0, we have to do an additional check. If it's not 0, that means we got past it, and so it has to be a local. And so we're just creating like a composite structure inside a local, which is just fine. If this is the first step, it must be local, yes. If this is, so if step equals 0 and entry dot, well, we know it's a local if self dot locals dot get why is it value? Oh, because it's a set. So the value is going to be this. So get that is none. Hash set string. Oh, it needs a reference there. If that's true, then we have a problem. Otherwise, part equals entry dot get mute. No, it's just part equals entry, right? What's part again? Part is a mutable component. Oh, then it is entry dot get mute. Cannot borrow entries mutable is not declared as mutable. Let's declare it as mutable. There we go. What's this? Cannot return value referencing local value entry. Returns a value referencing data owned by the current function. Wait, so we can descend the data structure, but we can't return the reference? Oh, well, that's a problem. So we can't use entry to do this. We have to do double lookups? I thought that with a mutable reference to self, we could descend the structure like this, and but I think it's the problem is that this is an object, and then this get mute. It just borrows the entries mutable reference. So this thing, and that's a local. So then to fix this, I would have to actually do another lookup, wouldn't I? Where are we here? We're in Ponyland, apparently. Vacant entry. Yeah, I think I have to do a double lookup here. So then I don't want to use entry, do I? I want to do a get. I was hoping to use entry, but I can't do it if I want to return a reference. I have to do a get mute. So it's either some or none, and if it's none, we're doing something like this, right? Let's comment this out. So here it's this insert. And we have to use this. Do I have to do to owned? I don't know. Yeah, we have to do that. And then part, we have to do it again. I guess we don't have to do to owned there then, right? This one, we're always referencing. And again, we're only referencing it. So this would be unwrap or expect. The expectation is couldn't find the component we just inserted. Okay, that satisfied that. Okay. I wish there was a way to use the entry API and this. I was trying to use that entry API and be able to return a reference, but entry is a local thing. So it's unavoidable. We have to do two lookups. One lookup, actually three, right? Get, and if it's not there, we insert, and then we have to get it again. The pain in the ass. So if it's something, then that something is what? It's a reference to the component. Actually, then we're good, right? Because this is a child. And we have to do that logic, but in the end, it's just part equals child. Then what's this? What's the problem here? It cannot borrow it more than once. Second borrow occurs up hit there. But that's if it's none. You can use the occupied entry into mute instead of get mute. Get mute is tied to the lifetime entry. Oh, thank you, Jetfo. I didn't know I could do that. Okay, then that's what I'd like to do because I think I'm getting myself into trouble doing these gets. Let's go back to what I had before then. Actually, let's keep what I had before, just in case. Right? Where's the scroll bar? The scroll bar disappeared on me. Let's keep that and just uncomment this part. So this one, I wish I had kept the line. It's like, it's this, but with entry, right? And this we had to do to owned. Okay. So we're trying to fix that, and we're thinking the answer to this is to do it into mute. Huh. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's worth a bunch of points. That's worth 5 points. Now you have 6. Useless internet points. So into mute severs, basically it destroys the original entry, which means it doesn't need to be mutable in the first place. Cool. And that did it. I think that's all we need to do, right? Oh no, I have to do this to do here. So this is just generating an error diagnostic and returning, right? Okay, so we're gonna do that. The error is not that it's unfound, it's that that path is not local. Current span. Reference found outside of a statement. Okay. Actually, why am I using this directly? Shouldn't this be going through context dot no, self dot on error. Yeah. And then I do format. So I need to like look for other instances of that because I refactored that into on error and I guess I missed a few spots. So like this goes in there. Let's look for that. So obviously I missed a few spots. Wait, what? I didn't just type that. Did I? Did I copy it from up here? Oh, look at that. Let's look for that. In fact, let's look for all current statement spans. Actually, that might be too broad. Throws declared. There's where we should be, only place where we should be using it. Setting it, setting it, setting it. Okay, so it was just in here, these two. All right, let's fix it. So this should be self.onError. And then we get rid of this part. And we're done. Yeah, that doesn't go there. But we're about to return an error. Can't I just say, oh, path. Where's the other bar, line 43? Part, but we're not using part anymore. We're about to return. Can I just drop the part? Why can't I drop part? Cannot move out of part. I'm only using path, right? And then we're returning. We're not inside a function object. So what's the deal? I don't know. Okay, trying to understand why it thinks that I'm doing a multi-borrow here. It's also borrowed as mutable. Immutable borrow occurs here, returning the value here. Yeah, but we're about to return that. Am I not seeing that right? We're not inside of a function object. This should this should be unreachable, right? Like if I do a, I don't know, something like print hello, it should complain to me that that's unreachable. Yeah, so does it just not see? Is this not looking forward and seeing the return there? So then, like, can I do something like this? Let error out equal something, move into what we need, and this returns nothing. Well, actually, it has to return. No, this won't work. I was gonna say like a way to say that like we're not gonna once we get into here, we're not getting out to here. Is it because we have this entry? And I need to do an else here? No? It's still like, okay, can I drop the entry? What is it that it thinks that I'm still borrowing part? Cannot borrow it. Let's just see, maybe see the full diagnostic here. If that's for one, mutable borrow, yeah, I did borrow from the composite to get the part. An immutable borrow occurs here. Returning this value requires that self composite is borrowed for one. But that doesn't return, and we're about to return an error anyway. I think I see the real problem, but that's not the line that it should flag, right? I think what it's seeing is this lifetime is used here and not that lifetime. Like, let's just we'll call this like context. For the lifetime, well, this is for the call really. I don't know, let's call it A. I don't know what to call it. Don't I just do this? It's still a problem? Okay, I think it's just really confused. I don't know how I confused it. It all had to do with doing the diagnostic. If I don't do the diagnostic, it's fine. Is it just saying I can't go back into self for anything else? I think that's what it's telling me. I can't go into self for that. So how do I print a diagnostic? Do I have to do it the old-fashioned way? Maybe that's why I hard-coded the error originally. Because that's one way to avoid it, right? What's sad is I don't even need a mutable, like this doesn't need to be mutable. Can't go into self for anything because we're returning a reference to self, which is correct. And it's a mutable reference. I can see how it might have a problem, but that it should be clear that we're not anymore. Okay, I think the borrow checker, I think I just confused the borrow checker too much. So how do I unconfuse it? I think that is just confusing it more. And it's gonna, yeah, it says like I can't move out of it because of this match. And I suppose it won't help to do that. Okay, well, is it okay if I fill that in place? And then copy this in there? And then import error. Option. We have to is the path an owned value? No, it's a mutable reference. No, yes, path is an owned value. Path is owned. This is just a string. Are you saying maybe it had to do with using path in there? So let's see if that confused it. What if I just did format and I didn't use path? No, see, it doesn't like me doing anything. Even if I were to say like empty string, it probably still doesn't like it. Yeah, it doesn't like that I call this at all. because I have to make a new borrow on self and it doesn't want me to do that. It's okay with me doing a partial borrow there. So I want to say that. It won't let me, so I'm going to do this way. Oh, hold on. The whole point of me uncommenting that now was to look at this. Oh, right, yeah. So why am I not calling as... Hold on, what? Oh, because we needed span helpers for that. Okay, yeah, so this would have worked if I had span helpers imported. Import span helpers, there we go. Yeah, so that's really weird. That is actually the body of onFormat, but I can't just call it and let it do that because it's like over borrowing itself. I only need it to do that. And I don't, yeah. This seems like a borrow checker limitation. I don't think that would change anything now I think about this for 1 2 seconds. So yeah, why does it think that, why does it actually, so my logic is that there's an immediate return afterwards. So it should have dropped part. It should have dropped part because we're about to return without using it. In fact, if I try to drop part, it gets even more confused and it says, you're going to move out of part. No, I'm not moving out of part. I'm trying to drop it. I think it's because of how drop is implemented, right? Drop does a move out, right? Could return from every match arm, so every one diverges, basically. Oh, let's see. So delete that and like have this one return an error too. Do you think it's the fact that there was no, see, even if I return here, I bet it just says that it's unreachable. Yeah, we're returning at every opportunity, and let's even return here. Well, now I broke the whole thing. Oh, because yeah. Well, actually, why is this a problem now? Loop actually never loops because of this return. Okay, actually now it's okay with it. I think it's because it dropped part way earlier then. I think it's because this for loop loops. It loops, right? I think it's because it's a loop. So can I trick it into not thinking it's in a loop, maybe? What if I do a break? And then yeah, here's the tricky part, like break assigns a value, but then I have to actually return. What if I do that? No. Can only be applied if it implements try. And it doesn't because that's only one. We have to actually have a, actually, what is the diagnostic here? Break for loop can only break with a value inside of loop or breakable block. Okay, so scratch that. We can't break. But it lets me return, but it doesn't see that we're not looping anymore with a return. Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do. We're going to keep that commented out, and we're going to put this seems to be some limitation of the Rust borrow checker as of 1.72.1. Even though we could have dropped even though we should be dropping part since we're about to since the only way out from here is to return an error, not using part anymore. Borrow checker doesn't see that and thinks part must remain borrowed. The whole must remain borrowed. Manually call drop. I've been trying that. I'll show you what it does. So if we manually call drop, okay, we have to uncomment this out, right? Go back to that. Now if I drop part, I get an error saying that we can't move out of part because it's borrowed. It's like, I didn't mean to move out of part. I just wanted to like no longer consider that we're borrowing it anymore. I don't know how to do that other than doing a drop. What if, can I do that equals part? And like, okay, it lets me do that, but it still says it's still borrowed, even though that should mean like it goes away immediately. It still thinks this borrow way up here of it borrowed from self to get part. Sure, it borrowed from self to get part, but we're not using it anymore. We've been trying to drop it and it won't let us do that. We're about to return out, so we won't ever hit that line if we get into here. It just doesn't see that for whatever reason. Painful. Match part.clone. But the whole point is to add an entry into part. So if I were to clone it, then I defeat the whole purpose of this whole function. Do you just want to see if it compiles at that point? I think that we're just doing thought experiments at this point, right? We're not actually solving the problem. Clone. Well, for one reason, we can't clone a reference. So it would be like to owned or something, and we're not implementing that interface. That we're not implementing to owned for a component. So that's one problem. I have to go and implement that. Put wrap initial borrow in a block, but we need to reference it all over the place, right? In here, in the else, in there. Maybe ChatGPT, I doubt it. What would I ask it? If you can come up with a question for ChatGPT, I'd be willing to ask it for you. Or you could ask ChatGPT and tell me what it says. But I don't know how to phrase a question to ChatGPT. This is like so deep in context. I would have to say like, hey ChatGPT, I tried to mutably borrow from something, and then I go into a loop where at one point I am going to return from the whole function, but before that I want to borrow from self again, and Rust won't let me. Why? Should I just do it for just paste the whole code snippet? All of this? Like literally the whole thing? I've never done that. What does ChatGPT do when I just give it a chunk of code? Kind of curious now. It's funny how all I need to do is press the letter C and it like knows about it. Send a message. Okay, and then okay, I gave it the code and now it's trying to answer it as if it was a question. Now I'm copying the error. paste. Okay, here's what ChatGPT said. It said the error message you provided indicates a borrow checker error in Rust. This error occurs because you're trying to borrow self as mutable, while you also have an immutable reference to self composite at the line let mut part equal borrow mute self composite. This is not allowed in Rust as it potentially lead to a data race. To resolve this, you need to restructure your code to ensure that you don't have both a mutable and immutable reference to the same data. One common approach is to split the mutable and immutable references into separate scopes, ensuring that they don't overlap. For example, for step ref part, which I had up here, equals reference dot zero dot, it had, so it kept that line as it was, and then inside I said let part, and then it put the let part equals self composite on the inside, which would defeat the whole point because this is the starting point and part is changing on the inside. Yeah, so it's completely off. It doesn't, it's lost it. It doesn't know. This way, in each iteration of the loop, you take a fresh mutable reference to self composite. I don't want to do that. Yeah, it's not, this just kind of gets frustrating if I ask it to help and can't. You're trying to borrow self-composite while it's mutably borrowed. No, I'm not. I'm borrowing it from self-composite at the very top. It's not borrowed yet. This is the first borrow, okay? That's the first borrow. And we get down into here, and I want to borrow self. Sure. But why? We're not using part anymore. We're about to return an error. Why can't I borrow from self again? What it says is that it's still borrowed from line 43. It's still borrowed. I'm like, why? We're not using part anywhere here. We're about to return an error. Like this diagnostic doesn't really make sense. It says returning this value requires. Well, I'm not returning that value. I'm returning an effing error is what I'm returning. In this scope is still borrowed? Well, how do I tell it that it's not anymore? It's not borrowed anymore when I'm returning. Right? It should be smart enough to say, oh, part not being borrowed anymore. Drop it. That lifetime doesn't exist anymore inside of here. I think it's that where it draws the line of the lifetime. It says where you're still using part here and you're still using part here. So the lifetime of part is this whole match. That whole match still uses part, right? So you can't borrow from self anywhere inside here. And I think if it did a little bit better drawing of the lifetime, it would say that this part is excluded from the lifetime because we don't use part anymore and we're about to return. There is no path out of here other than escaping the function completely. When we escape the function with an error, we don't have that borrow anymore. It's a variant of result that doesn't have the borrow in it. It's called error, right? It should be smart enough to see that, but it's not. And let's just move on before I get too frustrated. So I'm leaving it as an exercise for the future that it's a limitation of the borrow checker. Even though we should be dropping part, since it's the only way out of here is to return an error, not using the part anymore. The borrow checker doesn't see that. It thinks part must remain borrowed. So this is what I would. I'm using the royal we because I can. This is what we would rather do. You can do that when you're the sole developer. You can take on errors and declare yourself the king of your project and use the royal we. Okay, so this sucks because that means there are two places now where I do this as prefix. Well, there's three now. There's the two that I want to keep, and then there's this third one that just has to be there because we suck. All right, moving on. We did the check that if this is the first step, it must be a local. Must be an existing local. Because it's occupied. If it was unoccupied, we're creating one and adding it a local. So I need to do that as well. So if this is the first step, remember we are creating a local. So that's self dot locals dot. I wonder if I'm going to get into trouble again by going into self. I don't think so because it's the disjoint borrow, but we'll see. Self.locals dot insert, right? And that's ref part.id. To owned. Well, yeah, see, it's okay with that. It's okay with using the self again because it's a partial borrow. Actually, I wonder if that means the one way to solve this would be to put on error into another object that the context owns. Would that be a sneaky trick? Hey, let's try it, because this frustrates me so much that it deserves an attempt to be sneaky. So the idea here would be in context.rs, we have these methods called on error. But what if we move these into like another object, and then that object did actually, we have something here called current statement span. What if I just implemented something on option span that did this? Perfect. Let's do that. So we're going to go and implement something. I guess we'll do it as a new type because it's not going to want me to, it's not going to, actually, no, that's our type. We're allowed to do this, right? In fact, I already have that in span helpers. So I guess that means I just put it here, implement some implementation for option span. Oh, I can't do that. Okay, well, F that then. We're gonna do it back here by making a new type, struct. I don't know. Span thing. Optional span. Type equals option span. Can you do it with an alias? I don't think you can, but we'll try. Implementation of optional span. Nope. So we're going to totally cheat. It's called a new type, and it lets us do awful things. So now I can implement optional span, and I can do this stuff. And the way this works is that we get rid of, we turn this into a 0, right? And then we use this here. And then this just does, we delete these. Actually, we can keep these. These just pass on to the dot current span, and we just say to do on error there message, right? We can keep those as forwarders so that we don't break backward compatibility. Right, and then this has to be a named thing, right? Optional span. None. Okay, and then down here we have to do optional span again. Some span. Okay, and then down here, I don't say, well, here I would have said dot zero dot prefix. And that still works, right? But here's where it gets really interesting. I can copy that uncomment this, and I can say on, and I can say this. Now it's okay with it because it's a partial borrow, not a full borrow of self. Ha ha ha! Take that. I like it. We don't need that anymore. Should I keep this though? That the reason I had to do this is to avoid the fact that this is a full borrow of self. Does that also mean we can't call any other method of self? So like if I tried to call, I don't know, if I tried to call dereference inside here, it would be a problem. I think so because it can't guarantee that dereference won't use another oh, is that the original problem of this? It doesn't know if on error is going to borrow more from self like the part. It should still know that actually that is the problem. That's the problem. I think I figured it out. Can't do that because on the surface, on the interface, so it's like if we did that. Russ is looking at it like this, saying, I'm not going to look inside here, but it looks to me like you're borrowing all of self. You can't do that because part already has all of self borrowed. And maybe you're going to go in there and mess with part and not tell me about it. Implement trait for option span. You could do it with the trait. I did that before, but then what would implementing the trait help me? Then I wouldn't need the new type, you're saying? I see. But I would still have to, I'd still have to do something like this, right? So it really doesn't buy me too much to have a trait. It's not really a new struct anyway. It's like a type wrapper, right? That this really doesn't add anything. It's just hiding. It's like masquerading. This thing is masquerading as a different type in order for me to add functions to it. The cost is that I have to have a dot zero. So are you saying making it a trait, then I implement the trait for it and I add these and there are now no dot zeros in it. Well, I already do have a span helpers, right? So I already do have an implementation of span helpers for option. So yeah, I could add them there. Maybe I just do that. Okay. Well, the only purpose of having that as prefix was to have these anyway, so maybe this thing goes away. I don't know. So this would go here with no bodies. Error imports from neither of those. Oh, we can't do that because span crate doesn't use log, but that's fine. We can have it use log. You know, we didn't want to have dependencies from span, but log is a innocuous one, right? Okay, so then we inherit log. So yeah, we don't need this dot zeros anymore, right? Okay, so now that I've done that, then these don't need to exist. So well, let's keep this just in case. Keep that just in case, right? This should just go back to option span. Okay, and then this just becomes none. Again. This becomes some span again. We have an error. Right, so here's where you have to import span helpers, which is fine. I really like the quick help to give me that option to import it without a name. Okay, I guess that works. It's still kind of weird to me that we go through the span to do a diagnostic. But then in a different way of looking at it, what it's doing is it's telling the span that we want you to use yourself to emit a diagnostic. And that is by formatting yourself in as a prefix. Yeah, this prefix isn't used outside, right? So I probably can move it out of the implementation. Or I can move it out of the trait now. So I can just dump that and do this and do implementation. Oh wait, no. I can't. Well, hold on. In order to use it like that, it has to be part of the trait. But I could turn that around and say just a bare function here. Call it what would we call it? Prefix, span prefix, optional span prefix, and then this is option span, and then we match span, right? And then this becomes these become this with self. There we go. So we have a free function helper to do that common code. And the only difference between these are it's a warning or an error. And we don't have to define that on the trait, so it's a little bit cleaner. Yeah, okay. I think that deserves 3 points for helping me out, don't you? 3 useless internet points. Congratulations. And because we went down it and tried it, and it was a bit amusing, I'll give bytecode a point as well. All right. That whole experience made me a little bit frustrated. Okay, so at least we didn't need to do this. This seems to be a limitation. No, it's not a limitation actually. So I should write it up. Why? I'll write this. This is what we would rather do. That. However, Rust doesn't look into the bodies of functions you call to make sure you don't borrow a second time. Actually, hold on. Back up a bit. I'm about to return an error, right? And I'm doing this self on error. It should still figure out, it should still be able to figure out that even though on error needs a full borrow of self, we're not using part anymore, and so we should be able to release part. So I understand the mechanism now. It doesn't look into the body, and so it sees that we might borrow from part. Okay, so this is more of like, okay, let's undo. Actually, I want to keep this in the clipboard. So redo. But then I want to undo for a bit. This seems to be some limitation of Rust, even though we should be dropping parts, since the only way out of here is to return an error. Not using part anymore. The part checker doesn't see that and thinks part must remain borrowed. Okay, then I'm going to paste this. Rust doesn't look into the bodies of functions you call to make sure you don't borrow a second time. So calling self.onError appears to violate borrow rules if we assume we're not dropping part. Even though we really could. See above. We're sidestepping the issue. We're sidestepping these issues by leveraging the ability to make a partial borrow by effectively we're it knows that if we that part of it, if we borrow from current statement span, we can also borrow from self.composite because they're different and disjoint. It's not a borrow collision. So that's actually by leveraging the ability to make a partial borrow. Rust knows we can independently borrow from both self.composite and self.current statement span since they are separate fundamentally. They're separate. Okay, there we go. That's all my long explanation. What can points be used for? Nothing right now. Bragging rights? Maybe in the future, if I ever like have more stream interaction, you might be able to use the points for stuff. But yeah, not right now. Just for bragging rights. Can't distinguish between partial borrow and a full borrow self, since it only looks at the function signature. Yeah, but my point of contention is still that it should know that we're not using part anymore because we're about to do a return, which doesn't use part. We're done using part at this point, right? I think the sticking point is it's inside of a loop. Right, it's inside of this loop, and so I think that's sabotaging its ability to see that the part that the where you draw the line of the lifetime should be outside of that because we're not using that borrow anymore and we're about to return. But it's not. I think it's because it's in that loop that it doesn't quite see that for some reason. But this is an acceptable workaround because this allowed me to move all of this optional span prefix into here with the span helpers, and we still have the original on error. We still have this original, but it just forwards now. I would remove it completely if it weren't for that. There are 11 places that we actually use it, and this actually is a nice abbreviation. We don't have to say current statement span all over the place. Does it compile with Rust C but run Lyser? No, it was here, we'll comment it out. I got the full diagnostic by going to the shell here and doing a Rust, well, I did a Rust Clippy. Let's do a Rust build, a cargo build. Yeah, see, it still has a problem with that. It still points back to part, the self-composite, and it says you can't do that. And it's like, well, but if you printed out more context, you'd see we're returning, and yeah, never mind. Let's put a blank line there. Or not. Okay, all of that said, is this done? Can I just run this? Local. All of this to do this copy thing, right? Run. Still got some coffee. I was hoping for a pass there. Oh, I know what that is. We forgot to remove the local from the key children at the end. That's why I had that test in there to make sure I did that. So that is done at the end of an ingestion. So go to ingestion.rs. Navigation issues. Ingest component, I guess. Yeah. So when we're about to pull the composite out, before we do that, we need to delete all locals for local in. Okay. So movie day is happening in the other room. Now we're moving on to another movie. So my light had to be dimmed. Okay, so composite. How come it's not letting me use it? It's not telling me. I know it's context composite. I don't know. It's really confused now. It's locals though, right? Maybe it's not locals. Oh, it's not in composite. It's in context. That explains why I couldn't find it. And it's private. Oh, we should just be this should be a method on context called context dot finalize locals. All right. Here we are. Finalize locals. F goes around here, right? And this is a public function. Finalize locals, mutable self. For local and self dot locals borrow. So we have a borrowed string. Self dot composite dot keyed children dot erase remove. Local, right? Borrowed. Okay. The funny little differences like that, I can never get on the first try. So it's like the trait bound string borrow as a reference to a string is not satisfied. It's required by remove, I think. Yeah, this key that we pass in has to be able to be a borrow of Q, which is I guess this is how it's used internally, right? So if internally it's a string, Q is what is internally, right? The actual key value. No, it's K. So what's Q again? There's like a weird like relationship between Q and K, right? Right, K is a borrow of Q. So that string has to implement a borrow from whatever type we use, but it's also a reference. So I tried to use a reference to a string, and I guess string doesn't implement borrow reference string, but it does implement reference. Yeah, it's weird. No, it's not double reference. Borrow as a reference to a string. Yeah, I think it's because you can't get a double reference by borrowing, but you can get a single reference to a slice by borrowing a string. Yeah, it's weird. It is a double reference. Yeah, but it's not immediate. What's hidden is that you have to know that in the borrow method of the borrow trait takes a reference to its type. So it would be a reference to a reference. Whereas if I remove the one reference, it becomes borrow reference string, which we can do. That is implemented. Yeah, Rust is weird. The weird parts of Rust. I hope that things like that get ironed out with over time. Okay, then we're going back and testing again. Locals run test. Hey, we passed. And there were no diagnostics. Cargo next test. Hopefully we didn't break anything. But see, the thing is, Geo, Rust also has automatic deref. So in my mind, that means at least there was an intent in there that the language should be able to work without references if there's like, if it's unambiguous. Maybe in my case here, it was still ambiguous what I was telling it by doing that. Maybe this is sort of still ambiguous in some way. Like I could mean one of two things. But really, when I think about it, as a user of hash set, I should be able to remove and I should be able to give it a reference to a string or give it a string, and it should know what I'm trying to do there. So however it does it with automatic traits, deref, whatnot, I would hope eventually that we wouldn't need to have extra, that we could put extra punctuation and it would just figure it out. I guess this is better than the alternative. There's a lot of places we have to put an extra borrow there where it's like, it should know that, right? Your key is a slice, not a string. No, the key is a string because it needed to be owned by the hash map. Because otherwise, I would have a self-referential structure because the component is also in the hash map, right? Well, the component has its own. Actually, no, the component doesn't have its own name. The name has to be somewhere. That's the only place the name can be right now. So it has to be owned. Yeah, well, that's true too. Hash maps are weird. Or hash set, which is a hash set with which is a hash map with no value attached to it, right? Okay, then we're done with locals and we're done with L value assignment, which is really cool. So then I can do some of these other ones that are really easy as a consequence, right? Like assignment, super easy. Let's do assignment next. So yeah, let's make another test module, assignment. Your assignment. My assignment. Our assignment is to implement the assignment operation. Let's copy local since it was such a nice test and paste into assignment. Test, that shouldn't have said loop. Let's fix that. That should have been test local. Close all others. Okay. So assignment would be like, we don't do that, but we do x equal bar, return x. Do you know if Rust with hash set is more efficient than Go with the map and value of struct? No, I don't know. Mostly because I don't know Go. I feel like you have been learning code all your age. I've been learning code for most of my life, yeah. Yeah, and I think I'll probably be still learning code for the rest of my life. Because I don't think you could ever learn it all and hold it all in your experience in mind. Learning is fun. You can do fun things with your learning. And just the act of learning itself is fun. So from this, what do we want to say? No error. 40. We get the value 42 because it actually came from bar. Do we also want to say that there is no x, but there is a bar, and bar's value is also 42? I think this is sufficient, right? It's kind of like the other test, only we're doing the assign the other way. The other way was the compact way. This is the non-compact way. So yeah, this should fail because of the unimplemented line. There. Okay, let's implement it. Left-hand side, right-hand side. Okay. LHS RHS execute assignment statement. Let's add it here. Yes, because we might generate an error, we want to specify a return scope on the way out. This will mutate self. Left-hand side is a reference to a capital reference. Right-hand side is a reference to an expression. Context is a mutable reference to our context, ingestion context. And we don't have self dot in front. There we go. To do. I just want to make sure that the call site works now. Call site works. Great. So then we don't have to do this, but I'm going to do it because it gives me a quick break. Wow, AutoMod doesn't like the words "you fail." Now it allows it. If you stop learning, you fail as an engineer. Is it time to ratchet down the AutoMod level? Like, what's the harm of saying you fail? If I was an affiliate again, you could use this if you subscribe to me or if you use channel points. You could have said you Raimu fail and it would not have triggered AutoMod. Learning front-end development. You learned HTML, and what I think of HTML is not much of a practice, but more how you learn it, and more specifically the tags and much more. Another thing called CSS, like the beauty of web, is more like practice, because the more you practice CSS, the more you become good at it. I have a strained relationship myself with HTML and CSS because in my mind, they don't really end up being something I learn so much as something I have to go back to a cheat sheet whenever I need to use them. And I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because it's more of like a decoration syntax. It's kind of like you're adding tags to things. And it's very complex decoration syntax, and I can never really memorize any parts of it. So I'm always looking stuff up. And I haven't really used any libraries that generate CSS for me, but I have a suspicion that I would probably like them a lot better than raw CSS. You think web development's fun? Not really. Maybe that's why I have not so much good ideas about, or not so much happiness using, I'm not very, Maybe that's why I don't really have fun doing HTML and CSS, because I just don't find the whole web dev thing is that rewarding. I don't know. I had to do a little bit of web dev for the game I was working on, and that was more like a means to an end. It was to get the game usable from a browser. And I didn't like that as much as I liked working on the core of the engine. So I guess in a web dev terminology, I'm more of a back-end developer than front-end. Found it easy, not much code in it. I don't like I don't find enjoyment in easy things. I find enjoyment in hard things. So maybe that's why back-end is for me. So we should be failing on the new to-do I added there. Good. Okay, cool. I think this is just a matter of something similar to the local. Uh, no, it's not local. It is the where is it? It's getting an L value out. Where did we do that again? Ingestion. Oh no, well, yes, it is in ingestion. It's in the execute part statement, right? Which is in statements. Again. Part statement. Here we go. Yeah, actually it goes back into ingest component. Finalize, no, it was part statement. Yeah, it was in here-ish. No. No, 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 no. Hold on. Did I make a mistake and the copy stuff doesn't work for that? Where did I do the copy stuff? Okay, now I don't even remember where it was. That's how bad I am. Just did this like an hour ago and I've already forgotten where it was. Oh, right, it was here. This is what I want, right? Dereference mute. Otherwise, it's an error. And this always adds stuff. It only is an error if we break the rules. Okay. So yeah, it's Simon is mostly this, only a little bit different. So we get a local from the context by dereferencing the left-hand side. Otherwise, it's an error. And then we take that local and we give it the, we're going to get the expression, right? I'm looking for a convenient thing to steal. Find all references. I guess I can do something like this. What I did for a return statement. Yeah. I'm getting to that point in the implementation of this where like parts are getting kind of similar to other parts. Well, I shouldn't use the word part because that's overloaded. Areas of the implementation are getting similar to other areas. And so rather than writing it from scratch, I'm taking pieces and just adjusting it, right? Because we do have to evaluate an expression here again, and we do have to deal with both success and failure, but the success and failure are slightly different, right? So instead of putting it into the composites value, we're putting it into the local, right? And instead of doing a return scope, we're doing a next scope. But otherwise, we are doing setting the composite error and returning an error scope if we fail. Didn't like that. Oh, I guess because of this local, so we need to get the expression first, I guess. Like that. There we go. Fixed it. So evaluate the right-hand side, then get an L value reference local, assign it the value. So could I collapse these together by doing an and then? Probably, right? So this would be context. So rewriting this would be like an and then with the value. I think what it is I start to left click in such a slide that if I hit right click, it does an action. So I'm accidentally hitting right click with my other finger. Yeah. Okay, so with that value, we do the local and then with the local, we're doing that. Right? This would be, actually, hold on. This is only because I want value inside that one, right? But then, no matter how much practice I have with and then and map, I'm not really getting better at it. This is returning another result, right? So it's not and then. This is because we're returning another result. But here we're not. So that's, I just want to do a map. Map the local value to basically the return scope. And then I think I'm just unwrapping the whole thing, right? Unwrap unwrap or I guess it's or else, right? Because I need the function, I need the side effect. I don't need the error. Do I? I don't think I need the error. There we go. Does that look better than the other way? Because there's only one return. I could then use, if there's different things I want to do for different errors, I could use that value, and I don't need it right now. And this maybe reads a little bit better. Take the context, evaluate the right expression, and then take the value, dereference the left-hand side, and map the left-hand side to saying, well, this is sort of side effect. So map is sort of a weird construction. But the reason I'm doing this is that this is the success case. The failure case is just returning, it's just a chain with the and then, and we unwrap it. This might not be an improvement over what we had before. This actually might make things harder. So what if I go back, compared to what I had a minute ago? That's it, right? No, further back. No, forward, right? That had to be moved to there. Right. Maybe that is better. The disadvantage of this, and the advantage actually, is that there are two ways to get an error. But then the disadvantage is the repetition, right? In fact, I think we need to have that here too, unless dereference mute does it for me. No, it doesn't. So I have to also, as a side effect, set that. So that's the disadvantage, that there's repetition. But the advantage is that I could handle the errors differently in two different spaces rather than having to match on the error again because of the two paths collecting again to the same spot. So I prefer this one. I feel like I've been overanalyzing my own code today, but maybe that might not be a bad thing. Hey, we passed. Now we should have 315 tests. Okay, we're getting there. Now we're down to 11 to-dos. Accumulate's exactly the same as assignment, only we add. We do an add. Add is a little tricky though, because we need to make sure that the variables are compatible with each other. So yeah, why don't we do that next? Assignment, accumulate. Oh, I need to catch up on chat. Playing with web audio and video APIs is fun. Is your game dev dream job? Is game dev your dream job if it pays the bills? Not necessarily. I like any kind of job where the work is challenging. What do you think you make a game for GTA 5, and if yes, how long would it take you to finish it? I don't think it's possible for a single person to make a game like GTA 5 because it would take more than a lifetime to finish it. These days, games require a team of people in order to do it in a reasonable amount of time. If it's a game like GTA 5, if it's a single developer, I think you need to limit your scope down to something smaller. So, for example, Braid was made by one person, right? And that's a much smaller scope game with a lot less complexity and a lot fewer like art assets and all that stuff, right? So it's approachable by one person. I think GTA 5 would take like several lifetimes to do for one person. Why do you have so many comments in between your codes? Which one were we looking at that had comments? Was that here somewhere? So I don't tend to have comments between the code if it's readable. I tend to have comments if I have to do something that is strange. So it's if I were to look at this code and ask a question like, why didn't I log an error? But actually we're logging an error, so maybe this is old. But yeah, so if reading the code later, so whenever I read the code later and I get confused, then I'm like, I have a choice of one of two things. Either make the code easier to read or add a comment explaining why it's hard to read. So that's where you tend to see me write comments. Like when I was stuck on the reference mute stuff. I was stuck here, so I wrote a huge comment explaining why. That I wanted to write this, and I had to write this instead, and this is a long explanation of why. So otherwise, you're not going to see a whole lot of comments. Oh, this shouldn't be commented out. That's old code. We don't need that anymore. I'm also write a comment if I want the code to execute, but I want to remember that there's something missing. If the code is completely missing, I won't write a comment. I'll just do a to-do macro. But then if we get there, we panic. Hope that explains it. I try to minimize my comments these days because one problem is that comments don't keep up with the code. Like we just saw back here, right? There was a comment that looks like it might be old. See, I said that and I went ahead and did the, okay, that's not the error callback. That's the error callback. Oh, I see why. This is the success only case. So really I should say, here's an explanation of why we don't log anything or call the error callback if we fail to evaluate the expression. So not only do I write comments to explain what I'm doing, if later I come back and the comments are confusing or insufficient, I'll write another comment. The whole point of a comment is that you are looking at code and the code is not enough to help you answer whatever question you have. The comment is a supplement. There's a cost to the comment. Not only do you have to write the comment, but you have to make sure the comment stays applicable to the code because the compiler doesn't look at comments and can't verify that it's still correct. Now, there's an exception to that rule in that in some kinds of comments, you can actually embed code and you can mark it in such a way that the compiler will actually test that code still works. But if it's just English sentences, it's up to me to make sure the comment is still correct. So that's why I try to minimize them. But if I can't think of a way to make the code self-explanatory enough, or if I have a question later that I didn't understand and I had to spend time to figure it out, I try to record that extra information as a comment. Accumulate is empty. Let's copy from the assignment test. Paste into accumulate. And I'm perpetuating this bad name here. That's funny. I copied it from a place which was also wrong, and I fixed it in one place without the other. Now, hopefully, there should only be one test loop. There isn't a test loop at all now. That's weird. Now there should be. Oh, this is ignoring tests? Wait, why is it not find? Do I have to do that? Why is this not finding test loop now? Now it is. Oh, I don't understand this sometimes. Why this search doesn't kind of work for me. Good evening, Jada. What time is it? 4:23 p.m. for me. I need to take like a couple hours break between streaming and then World of Warcraft at 8. So I'll probably only go for another hour, hour and a half-ish. Plenty of time to do accumulate, right? It's a smudge. Okay. So accumulate would be something like x equals, well, let's do the other syntax. We put something into x, which we parse, and then we say, let's add 10 to it. So we shouldn't get 42, we should get 52 now. Run that test. We're going to fail because it's not implemented yet. And we go implement it. So I believe it's the same as assignment. Yeah. And we could cheat and do this, but then we'll get the wrong answer, right? We'll get 42 instead of 52. Actually, we get 10, right? Because it doesn't equals 10 instead of a plus equal. Instead, we're going to do an accumulate, which doesn't exist yet, but we'll start by copying assignment. Accumulate. Make sure it still builds. It gives us the same error. Same error. Okay, so accumulate. Still needs to get the right hand side and the left hand side. But here the difference is instead of assigning them, we need to make sure that these have the same type. So I'm guessing we want to upcast that into that. So I'm going to need to have like an upcast function. And that might be fallible, right? So I'm going to want to do if. Actually, I guess it's just a match of local value. Well, local value. This is going to be like upcast. Right? And it's going to be like, well, why don't I just build it in to accumulate then? Because I'm going to use this later. I want to upcast it, and then I want to add. Yes. And either one can give me an error, right? So I think what I want to do is do an upcast and then add. And then, does it give me a result, right? And the end, we're going to do a match. Hold on, let me think about this. And then value. And I guess, yeah, we do, hold on. In the end, we're going to do a match. Upcast the value to the type of the local value, and then take that value and do local dot value dot add value to it, which can be result. So then we're going to match that. And then these have to exist before it's going to know what match has. So let's do the upcast first. So that's in data value. Okay, we don't have this yet. Implementation for a value. Public function upcast. Borrowing from another value. And self. Producing a result of either another value or an ingestion error. Still don't like that name. To do, right? While we're here, let's do add also. Value. Okay, so then back here, it should know what those mean now. Okay, that's a problem. Why? Because it's an option. Oh, yeah, I guess if it's nil, what do we do? I guess then that is fine. We can do, no, it's not fine. We can't do anything with a nil, so I need to like, I need to do, well, let some local equal local, else there's a special error for that. Context.on error cannot accumulate into a nil value. Oh, that's not local. It's actually it should be like a matches if matches, because we don't actually want to pull the value out. We want to say if matches sum. Actually, then I can just do an is sum. If local dot value dot is none. Yes. Thought I brought the oxygen. Let's get resty. Yeah, we're using the Rust programming language. We're not shooting the movie Rust, nor are we shooting directors in the movie Rust, nor are we playing Rust the game. This is Rust the programming language. And good evening to Kailondo and Jada. So yeah, resurrecting an old tool and reporting it to Rust. And this is a data analysis tool, very similar to Wireshark, where you drop some data in and it interprets it all. And we're playing around, well, not playing around. We're using, as an example, GIF, which has a header and a trailer, data and other things in it, and statements that do accumulation. So in our unit test right now, here's an example program, an example decoder. It doesn't really decode much. It takes 8 bits and interprets it as an unsigned integer named bar, and it makes a copy to a local variable named x. And then it's supposed to, we're testing this accumulate. So we should be able to take x, the value of x, and add 10 to it and store it back into x. And then when we return it to make the value foo, it should be 52. Do I like Ruby? I don't know Ruby. So the language I just showed is a domain-specific language. It's basically a list of structure function combinations. It's a structure in that the header is first and the trailer is last in a GIF file. So it's like giving a declarative structure for a GIF file. But it's also functional in that there can be loops and conditionals, and those translate to structure. A while loop turns into a vector, and a conditional can be used to detect errors, and it can also cause variations in the shape of the structure. So, for example, when I run this and I go all the way to the end, like showing the beginning, there's one header, right? And then there's one trailer, but there's 61 datas. Data is actually a vector because it's inside a loop. So using a combination of functional and declarative structure, this is how you would say a GIF file has one header, one trailer, and it has 0 or more data blocks. And in the actual case we're parsing a real GIF file, it had 61 data blocks. So basically, domain-specific language. I invented this language. It has certain constructs that mean certain things, and it's meant to be kind of C-like. So you can have a while loop kind of like you have in C. Where it differs are things like here, and I put a lot of syntax in here. Colon expression means a bound on the number of bits. So that means it's going to be no more than 8 bits. The minus in front means it's not actually going to save this as part of a GIF in our output. And the plus means it's a look ahead. That means we're going to parse the 8 bits, but then we're going to rewind for the next thing. The arrow next means whatever value we get, we're going to store in a local variable called next. So this is how you do an ignore but look ahead as an unsigned integer, 8 bits, and store it in next. And then if it's 3B, we break out because that's the signature for a trailer. If you go to the bottom, you'll see trailer has a label that has to be 3B, otherwise it's not a trailer. And if it's not a trailer, we don't break, and it's a data block instead. Hope that makes sense. Working on this part here where we're doing accumulate, and I have to take the this value, actually I guess that's local value as ref, and I want to upcast that. No, we already checked that it's none, right? So then it really should be let some local equal local value else. And I don't want to move out of that either. So get a borrow of local. Then I don't need to do that. Value should upcast to local value. Why is this an error? Because they're not covered. That's actually what I wanted to do, right? We don't need to, it's not supposed to be local here. Oh, it's the other way around. This should be value. And value needs, oh, we need to check the actual value. I guess we can do that early on. So let the value be some local value equal, some value equals value. Otherwise cannot accumulate with a null value. So with is the right hand side, into means it's the left hand side. Either way, return an error. So there are many ways we can get an error here. So value is a value. Upcast it to local, which is already a reference, and then add. Actually, the way this should work is this way. It should say I actually need to keep that original local around. We should call this one local value. Because what I want to do is I want to say local equals local value, add value, local value dot add value. Hold on, local is a component, so local dot value. Right, there's add is fallible. So then we're doing this part out, we're doing that part inside, and then if it's okay, result, then we're assigning it back. Local dot value equals result. That means add should actually return an optional value. And actually, maybe is the right-hand side of anything ever allowed to be nil? Yes, because adding a nil to a vector should be allowed. So that we should allow. Upcast. Actually, let's allow upcast. Then that changes this a bit, doesn't it? It actually moves into here these errors, so we're not gonna worry about this then. Yeah. So value we should be able to. No, this is not right. I can't accumulate into a nil. That we have to keep. And I had these backwards. Upcast local value, upcast the value. So upcast the right hand thing, which is a component. What? Oh, the local value is a value. What's the bug here? Need to borrow it. Yes. And then add it. So again, I need to borrow it. Shouldn't that be... That could be an... Wait. Value can be optional. Okay. Then what's the error here? Expected option. Why did it get a value then? Oh, yeah. It always is sum at this point. So no, that's not right. This should return an optional value as well. Because it could be a no-op. Okay, now it's correct, right? Result is an option value which is compatible. Okay, so with an error, we're basically saying what? Either we couldn't upcast or we couldn't add. So that'll take care of the diagnostic, and then we just do this part. And if we get all the way through, the return scope is next. Okay. Hey there, Bimmer1. Would it be considered off topic if you want some, if something you want to say is programming related but not related to this? It would be off topic, but I'm okay with that because chat is slow. So what would you like to say, programming related? And maybe you can tell from the context up there, like Joda asked, do I like Ruby? And I allowed that question. My answer to that was, I don't know Ruby, so I have no opinion on it. Okay, so if I run this test, we'll find the other places I didn't implement yet, right? Yeah, not implemented in data value here. So we need to support upcasting from one type to another. Let's just do the minimum. So it would be, we need to match on one side versus the other. So let's first, I guess, match on self. And then we're only really going to care about unsigned integer for right now. Left hand, and we don't even really care about the value. Inside here, we're going to match the right hand side to match the value. And I wanted to actually, can I like do this and then collapse it? Oh, that already is a reference, so this should be fine. Like, yeah, actually, that was cool. When I hit save, it collapsed. Oh, no, it didn't collapse it for me. I should be able to like take all of these and say sum in front, right? Go a bunch of words over, and then now I can get rid of the inner match. There we go. That's what I wanted it to do for me, but it didn't. So here we need the values, at least these, right? And then upcasting. So let's leave these to do and not worry about those. For none, we can't upcast that to an integer, so this is definitely an error. I was just thinking like, should I print an error message here? Or I'm gonna have a lot of similar error messages. So maybe I have an internal type that we then map back out with the side effect of logging. So it'd be something like this. We'd have a structure of some kind called value type with names. Or it's really error with value types. So we have the original error, ingestion error, and then we have like from static string to static string. And then I can like use that here. I can say this turns into a error with error with type of some type, right? Fill in the fields, save. The error is an ingestion error empty for now because we don't have anything there. The from would be from unsigned integer. No, it's to unsigned integer. From nil to unsigned integer. Right? And the idea would be after this, we would do a map error. And we would just pull out the error from the error. So this is like error with value types. Okay, and then we're really just mapping that to the error. But we have a side effect here of actually, I just realized something. We don't have a context to print any error. So I guess for now, we'll just have to do the error directly, which is a bummer. So I'll have to fix that. But the idea here was that I should be able to say let equals this, and then repeat this here. Save. Actually, just take all the like that destructuring. I guess to do the destructuring in Rust, you have to put the type name first, right? Destructuring, and then this is just error. There we go. And then we would say like cannot upcast from to. So this generic like side effect of error diagnostic, I can reuse up here just by filling in like, and then here to could just be pre-computed up here. So I can just add to here. I can say let to equal that. And then remove the 2 from here. What's DataDisintegrator? Thanks for asking, Mega Kawan. The DataDisintegrator is a tool I'm porting from C++ to Rust. I wrote it like 5 years ago. It pulls apart the bytes of some file or stream and assigns meaning to every piece based on a description of the data format written in a domain-specific language. So what that means, at very high level layman's terms, is it's similar to Wireshark in that Wireshark, you can have it read the raw packets off of your network card, and it could tell you what packets are going in and out. And at the interface level, it's just bytes. But what the tool does is it interprets what the bytes means to tell you what kind of packet each thing is. And then inside the packet, what all the fields mean. So I'm making a similar thing. And to demonstrate it and to work with it, I'm using the GIF file format. And this is the domain-specific language that I invented to describe how to parse any kind of data. So you have these top-level things called formats, and they can nest. And so if we say parse some bytes as a GIF, it will say, okay, well, part of that is a header, which is described down here, and then followed by other things. So when we're parsing it, we do it in order. So the first bytes will be a header, and the first bytes of a header will be a string named signature that's 24 bits long, and then a string called version that's 24 bits long. So that if we have an example GIF file, it does start with those things. And then when we run the tool, it'll recognize that, yeah, that's the header. It's the first 3 bytes is the signature, and then the version. And then the next bytes, it interprets that's the width of the GIF, and so on. So hopefully that kind of explains what we're doing. Had that all written in C++. Now we're porting it to Rust, and where we're kind of progressively implementing parts are in where we have all these to-dos in the code. Like I haven't implemented what to do when we hit a for loop or a ignore or an assign. We did assign increment decrement. We haven't done that, and I'm right now in the middle of doing the accumulate operation. To accumulate, you have to take a left-hand side and a right-hand side value and make sure that they're the same type. So that's what upcast is doing. It has its own value and then the right-hand side value, and it makes sure that they're compatible. And so we're like, well, if the right-hand side is none, then we can't convert that, right? We'll end up printing that and we'll be returning that error. But if it's an unsigned integer to an unsigned integer, that's trivial, right? That just returns the value cloned. So that would be an OK self.clone. Mismatch types. Found a result value. Expected. Okay, so this should be sum. There we go. So yeah, I didn't even need to know that. Integer to unsigned integer, we can do it if we try to convert it, the type, right? So that we'll do here. And that I already did somewhere else, right? Yeah, it was with this try from. Try from. Oh, well, but that was for usize, right? So I think we're just copying from here. Yeah, this. We're doing this. And if it works, we're packaging it. So it's... that's not what I want. Hold on, what do I want here? Self try from? Hold on. Self. That's tripping me up right now. Oh, because self is usize. Duh. So this should be I64 try from. Yeah, that I is a reference, so we have to dereference it. Actually, we're going to unsigned integer. So unsigned integer 64, try to convert from an integer, and if not, we need to make one of these. Because that's what we're expected to do. And then I have to do an OK sum around that, right? Actually, it would be a map, and then a map error. U to OK sum value unsigned integer U. Otherwise, map the error to that. And why did it like that? Incompatible arms. Expected result option. Found result. Result. Okay, there's two results in here. Try from returns a result. Map. Oh, it should be an and then, right? Oh, no, if I remove this OK, then I don't need to do an and then. There we go, I fixed it. So try to convert the integer to an unsigned integer. If successful, map it to that value unsigned integer holding that U64 in it. If it's an error, then map it to this error with value types, and we say from signed integer. Shouldn't I have like a reason? The reason is whatever the try from failed with, right? So what if we put a reason? Reason. Okay, now I need a reason here. Can I actually, let's encode that as a whole string. That way I can do a format. And then here I can say telephone call. I gotta take this one. Okay, sweet. So Mrs. Raimu is on her way home, and she's going to pick up In and Out on the way back. So I get a double soon. Self been tripping me up your whole life. I think this is where I want to take that error and do like turn it into an error, right? Turn it into a string. For here, the reason is always that what? Can't upcast nil to integer incompatible types. Okay. I think this is all I need to implement for my test, right? So we should hit the add though. But here we already have, we can do a bunch of unwraps because we should have already upcasted to make sure we can add them. Either that or I can have add call upcast. That might be a better thing to do. But either way, like we don't need to check type compatibility in both places, only one and then the other, right? So if I do accumulate test again, we should hit the add now. Not yet implemented in the add. Okay, cool. So we got to add. I have to do a similar thing where we do a match self. Okay, and then I'm only going to bother with unsigned integers for now. So here, like I just said a minute ago, I'm going to say that let's call this left-hand side. Because then I can just say let right-hand side equal value else. I actually really want to just turn this into an unwrap, but there's no way to do an unwrap for my own enum, so I guess I'll just do a panic or unreachable. Yeah, we're gonna make a claim that this cannot be reached, and if we do reach it, we'll say should have ensured type compatibility before adding. Although I have a feeling that what I'm going to end up doing is moving the call to upcast into add, and we'll upcast first and then add them. Yeah. But for now, this is all we're doing. So we get the value, and then it's just we return OK value unsigned integer left-hand side, well, sum, where we have to compute sum, right? Here's where I want to leverage like the try. So left-hand side dot checked add right-hand side, and we get an option, right? So we do an OK or we get an error. We get to say what the error is. So the error is going to be, I guess we want an OK or else because I want a side effect. And then we're going to do a question mark, which does an early exit with our ingestion error. So we're going to end up getting an ingestion error, but I want a side effect too. Side effect is going to be an error diagnostic saying overflow, I guess. Overflow adding to, I guess I don't have to be too elaborate here. Adding unsigned integers. Oh, yeah. This should be like, if it's an unsigned integer, then this had better be sum. So let sum, yeah, we can do that. So it's a reference, so we have to dereference that. What's wrong with this? Expected option found value. Okay, so okay, sum. There we go. That should be the minimum to get this test to work. And it kind of worked, although we get the wrong answer. We got 84. So it should have parsed 42 and then added 10 to it and got 52. But we got 84. So how do we get 84? How, so that would be added another 32 to the number? That's weird. Should I single step through this and see how did we get 84? So like maybe I did the add wrong. That would be in value, right? So let's put a breakpoint here and just run it. Accumulate. Debug. Here we go. They're both 42. That's why we get 84. So the 10 got missing. So I must have used I must have confused the left and right hand sides. What was that? White screen somehow. Value. Self is the left hand side. The right hand side is value. So then that is called from there. Right hand side is used to compute value. I feel like I should be putting a breakpoint here or something like that, right? Yeah, let's do that. Learn. Sometimes it's just faster than reasoning it out. Just step through and see what happens. Okay, so we have right hand side was an expression which should be literal unsigned integer of value 10. There's our, it actually says it there, 0. I don't know what the 0 means, but 0 to 10. Oh, is that the, what does 0, 10 mean here? Does it mean literally that? I think it does. It's weird that it doesn't tell me up here that it's a literal unsigned integer. Anyway, the left-hand side, we have to dereference it. It's a reference right now, so step over. Dereference local. What's local? It's not an error. It's got a keyed child. It's got a value. It's got some value 42 in it. Okay, so we got some value 42. So local value should be 42. Okay, then we're gonna step into this. Upcast. Oh, it clones self. It should have cloned value. Okay, that's the bug. Do you see it? We're supposed to upcast the right-hand side the value, but we upcasted self. Then I don't need to clone. I can just make one of these and use that unsigned integer there. So this does the right thing. It's just I had this cloned the wrong way. Okay, back to here. Let's just run it. I want to see it work. Hey, it works. Let's run all our tests. We have 316 tests now. All right, so unfortunately, I just exploded the number of to-dos I have, right? Now I have 18 of them, and a lot of them are in this like upcast and add. And I really do need to have a test for all of these, right? That we should have an overflow test. We should have a conversion from signed to unsigned test. We should have an upcast from nil test. Before I do that though, I want to see like maybe I should move upcast into add, and then I wouldn't have to do these unreachables. So let's see, how do I call this again? Actually, yeah, I think it makes sense to do just add and then let add call upcast. So this would just be match local value dot add value. Actually, that's much easier. And in add, we have to first upcast it. So let okay. Well, actually, we just say let value equal value dot upcast or self dot upcast value question mark. And then I still need this, but we just upcasted it, so it should be the same type. Okay, so really this should be upcast didn't work as advertised. Cool. Yeah, and since we're getting an owned value, I don't have a reference anymore, or we're totally consuming it. Cool. Vicente Dealing car. Hello. Okay, so which of these do I want to handle next? Which of these to-dos? And what does it mean to upcast a decimal to a integer? Shouldn't that be an error? Because it actually needs to be downcast. Well, I'm wondering where's the best place for this. Like accumulate, it's testing all the add and upcast combinations for one type. But maybe I should make a test for every destination type, and then that will test all the source types for upcast, just for upcast. The problem is upcast, nothing calls it alone, right? Unless maybe I made a function called upcast. And really, upcast is the wrong word. It should be just cast to. So why don't I fix that now? It's not called upcast. Where are you? Yeah, upcast should be just called cast to. And really, it's if that's subject object, it should be because where it's used there. We're not casting self to something else, are we? Well, I guess if I flip the two, then it would work. I would do value cast to self. So maybe I should do that and just flip the left and right hand sides around. This would be some self. Oh, that's why, because this can't be option self. Okay, so then let's just rename it. So what to rename? It's like cast, it's like self cast value. It's not the best name. Cast from. Thing is, traditionally the method operates on self, but actually I want it to be backwards. I want it to be like cast the object to the same type as self. So here's the more precise but long name. Cast. I don't even know what words to use, even if it's long. Cast object to match self. Same type as self. Or actually, we can just, that's implied, the word object. Cast. So, because if I say as self, then it turns it around, right? Cast the same type as self value. So how do I shorten that? Cast to self type. Cast to I don't know. I could just call it cast, and then by convention, I just know that it's the other way around, not cart. I can just leave myself a to do. Rename this if a better name can be found. Cast type on. Cast type on. That's not bad. How about cast from? Here's some. I'll just write down all the ideas, and we'll maybe we'll vote on them later after I think about them. There we go. We have some candidates, and then let me get the other word I came up with, which was long. Too long. There we go. To-dos are comment graveyard. Not for me. I'm driven by to-dos. So the whole style of development that I'm taking right now is I have the whole library can be compiled and run, but it's littered with to-dos. And there are two types of to-dos actually. There are runtime to-dos that if we hit them, we actually panic. And then there are the comment to-dos, which are where there's not really a convenient way to panic, but I still want to track it. And then what I do is I'm constantly searching for those whenever I'm asked the question of myself, what should I do next? And also when I'm trying to use test-driven development. So if I wanted to target a specific to-do, the first step is to make a test that hits that to-do. Then I implement the code to make the test pass. And hopefully, like, and as I'm doing that, I'm also discovering if other code paths are needed too, and then I add those in. Hopefully, by the time I get rid of all the runtime to dos, now I have a full test suite that hits every code path, right? And I have to avoid the temptation to implement some section of code that didn't start its life as a to do. How do you stay on top of the comma to dos? Two ways, right? You could just search for them like that, and I see there are 14 of them. You can also use the to do plugin. The problem I've had with that is it's hard to filter away your dependency libraries like Google Test. Like, no, I don't care about Google Test. Lua, I don't care about all that stuff. So I found myself having to collapse all the things I don't care about, but it does find the to-dos eventually. having more success just doing a search within. So here are the to-dos within the project. The one we just wrote. Here's one where consider differentiating between different kinds of errors. That's a good one. There are other starting points besides the composite for references. There's indices for vector context. And that again down here for the mutable version. Refactor use right joined. Can't forget that one. Using the expected field of the unrecognized token. So that's how I generally track them. And then I also have a global to-do list down here. And that has stuff that's beyond the code. There's also like the bot I have on my channel. We had some ideas for that. Oh, we implemented this one. So I can mark that done, right? How do I mark it done again? Done. Alt D. That's hold on, that's this key combination. There we go. Oops. Logo dependency are used by the parser. Oh, I did. Actually, I did this differently. So why don't I mark that done and we put a note here. I did this by making token in its own library, having the one used by logos called Lexer output, and having a from Lexer output. I'm probably excessive in writing up follow-ups, but like this is kind of nice for journaling and reflection later. Like I had this problem, and this is how I fixed it, right? Having a from Lexer implementation for token. Having, and parser just accepts token. Yep. Use to do tree extension. I use this to do plus. This is the one I use. It's kind of handy. I like that it not only supports this to do syntax, but it also has this tab where it goes into my code and finds the to dos. So I don't have to search for them. The only problem is, like I showed you, I had to collapse all these irrelevant ones. I don't know how to teach it. Like, I'd like to be able to teach the extension. I don't care about the ones you found all the way through here. I only care about the ones in these libraries. There's this filter thing, but I haven't been able to get it to work. Like, what if I just say star.rs? Then it's like I don't find anything. It's like, well, but there were some way down here in my RS files, right? Like there's one, it's in an RS file. So I don't know why. Maybe it's not filtering by file name, but filtering by like the text in there or something. I don't know. Active file. This one's useful that like you can just go from file to file and find the to-dos in the file. Yeah, but the show all files, and there should be something in the middle. There should be find all files, only the active file, and maybe two more. It should be like finding all open files, and then another one for find all files matching a certain pattern. Because I think this filter actually filters by the text. So if I type in print, maybe. Yeah, see, now it's finding all all the to-dos that have the word print in them. Print, right? So that's not really a useful filter for me. Unless maybe I was looking for, like, if I could remember, like, there was a to-do somewhere that had to do with sculpturing. So let me type in sculpturing and then I'll find it, right? Yeah, I was here. It's a warning. Okay, that's cool. Okay, while I was here, I was going to review these. Excluding an argument from a set, but we're not exposing them, are we? Oh, we are. Yes. Right. Use parts as values. What did I mean by that? Someone go back in time to October the 6th at 9:38 in the morning and ask, what did I mean by that? Actually, you know what I could do? I can go back in my VODs and see, I can actually find that point exactly where I recorded that, and I can listen to myself write this and try to figure out what the context was that I'm missing. Ability to use parts as values. I can already do that though, because references can reference parts or locals, and a reference you can put into an expression and it gives you the value of the part or local. Let me put a note. I don't remember what this is about. Should I watch the VOD? One advantage of recording everything I do, right? Fix the comma before grammar issue. I know about that one. Enhance the grammar to not require semicolon. Yep. I do have some bugs in the bot. Haven't done that yet. I think I can, yeah, this one's not applicable anymore. So how do I mark it as a cancel or something? Toggle canceled. We cancel this, so we no longer use bitstream subsets. Actually, no, I do. Take that back. We don't cancel this one. I do still want to consider that because I do have bitstream subsets. And the idea was to replace these two with a range. I just wasn't convinced that it was the it would improve anything. Yeah. So anyway, enough about to-dos. To-dos are cool. They drive my development because I forget what I've done and what I haven't done until I go back and I just search for like, where are all the places I have the to-do macro in use? And like, there's a bunch of them in here. You kicked open the to-do wasp nest. That's fine. But we have to do that. We have to kick that nest periodically. Otherwise it gets too big and like unapproachable. Well, food is coming soon. So let me focus on things that are easy. So like I can make yeah, that's right. I was making a test for like adding different things, right? And I think we can just leverage the accumulate. So we're just accumulating different things. So how about we test like accumulating a signed number? So like -10 should give me 32. Actually, hold on. That won't work because we can't accumulate into an unsigned integer. So what if I tried to do that? I would expect an error, right? Yeah, because I don't want the type of X to change. If I wanted to do that, I would have made it signed. So this should actually give me an error. There should, well, do I care about what the error is? It's going to stop there. I guess I could check to make sure X, the value of X didn't change. So it should be 42. Also, there should be no error on the, that's a local. It won't be in there. Yeah, so forget that. Yeah, so this is what I expect. So this should be accumulate, actually accumulate is the whole module. So why don't I just call it something more specific, like unsigned integer? And this is signed integer. Well, but UI to UI. So this is I to U or I to UI. That is going to give us an error, hopefully. Cannot upcast signed integer to unsigned integer. Out of range integral type conversion attempted. So that's specifically negative. Positive should still work. So if I do this and I say positive 10, that should work. This is positive. Run that one. Yeah, so that's okay. It's just when we try to upcast negative 10 to an unsigned, it'll say that it's out of range. It got none for 61 though, which is weird. Oh, right, because we can't get that far. That we can't assume, we can't assert. Well, then if it's already an error, it should just be none, right? Yeah, okay, run that. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, food still hasn't arrived, so I have time for another to do. Oh, I wasn't doing to-dos, right? I was, no, I was doing to-dos. That was the signed integer thing, which I just wanted to make sure that that is all, that we did this, right? And that's what I got. I can't remember where it was now. Accumulate, and then this one. Overflow adding unsigned integers. Oh, that's not an overflow. Hold on, we didn't test the overflow. We tested cannot upcast. Cannot upcast signed integer to unsigned integer out of range integral type conversion attempted. Yeah, okay, so I tested this path through the this try from. Okay, so yeah, let's pick another path. We should be able to cast a string to an integer as long as the try from works, right? So something similar to this. It's parse though, right? Or is it str parse? I always get these wrong. Parse the... Is it s dot parse? Yeah. Parse and map it to there, otherwise it's from a string. Okay, so let's have two tests for that. One is with something that does parse as a number, and one that doesn't. So like these two tests, copy them. One is like parsable S to UI, and the other one's like unparsable. Okay, so parsable would be like plus 10, right? Should get me 52 again. But something like lulls should give me an error. See what the error diagnostic. Cannot cut upcast string to unsigned integer and invalid digit found in string. I could include lulls in there. We want to see the lulls, right? So this should be like, oh, that has to be a static. What if I make that a string? Then I have to do like that to string and that to string, but that's okay. These are all in error conditions anyway. Here I can have the format string S. Okay. Cannot upcast string lulls. I didn't mean to have that comma there. Cannot upcast string lulls to unsigned integer. Invalid digit found in string. Yep. But the parsable should work, and it does. Nice. Still no food. We're gonna work until food arrives. Decimals? I think we should just disallow this for the same reason that I disallowed it up here. Right? It's too ambiguous to say how to cast it. Same reason down here. The biggest bit too makes it course this floating point number to a U64 because that could mean round for truncate ceiling. If we ever need to do any of this, why isn't this auto rapid anyway? If we ever need to do these, we should just define an elemental function. Well, this is not true. Well, actually, no, that is true. We would do that before the accumulate. Okay, so the from decimal. We already have a 2. Reason. Converting from decimal to integer is ambiguous. Ingestion error. To string. Okay. Do I even need to make a test for that? I guess I could. Really quick. It's only one test, right? You can't test the UI. If you try to add 0.1 to an unsigned integer, it will fail. Cannot upcast decimal to unsigned integer. Converting from decimal to integer is ambiguous. Now this is because I'm being like very restrictive about the local. It's that whatever type it gets, accumulate doesn't change it. We do allow assignment, and that replaces the value, allows it to be any type we want, but not accumulate, right? Okay, there's going to be one exception to that. If x is a vector, then plus equals means something else. It means to add another element, and then it can be any type because the vector, each element of the vector can be a different type. Okay, so then still no food. So those are the ads. We'll do ads later. I want to get through cast for unsigned integer. I think I did. We have no more. So cast to unsigned integer is all done. Same type, trivial. Signed, we have to do a try from. Decimal, not supported. String, if we can parse it. Nil, not allowed. Cool. So then I have to do that 3 more times for all those other types, and then I'll be done with upcast, and then I have to handle adding these different things together. The upshot of this is that once I've done upcast and add, then the binary operator add is very easy to do. we just leverage the add again. As long as I'm okay with the side effect that the left-hand side always dominates in the type conversion. So like an int plus a float won't work, but a float plus an int will work. I just have to remember that. Okay, I guess because we have no food, we're going to go into the valley of signed integers. Okay, do we just repeat all of this then? Repeat all of this. And we're gonna do I guess save to see where the errors start. These are all to UI to I. So that means that's an integer and we're adding an unsigned integer to it. That's fine, right? We'll still get 52 for that. Adding a actually it doesn't matter. Any I to I will work, right? So an I plus a positive 10 will work. And also, well, actually, we'll just keep it positive. It's excessive, but we'll have both positive and negative. That's fine. They both work. So it's actually not an error, and we'll get 32. Okay, parsable string to integer. I guess I could test both positive and negative, but I really don't care. I don't really care right now. I'm hungry. Okay, let's just run them all. No, we have an error. Compiler error. Redefined. What did I do wrong? Oh, I forgot the unparsable. Yeah. Tests are very similar to each other. And the decimal to an integer, also not supported. Okay, try again. Oh, I'm shocked that we actually didn't fail them all. Oh, food's here. Okay. I guess this has to wait for tomorrow. We'll finish these tests, get into to run, and then continue to attack the to-do. So I got a lot of type conversion stuff to do. I got operators. I got kinds of statements we haven't gotten to. So we got lots more to do. Let's raid Zorkenheimer. Yep, hope you guys enjoyed watching. I enjoyed working on this. That's why I'm doing it. So I'll be back tomorrow morning. Back to work tomorrow, right? So early stream, 7 a.m. Pacific. And I'll see you then, I hope. Bye.